Looks like we're live. Audio should be working. Recording should be running. All right, welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Whoa, indubitably 99, already in the chat. Wasn't prepared for somebody so early to hop in. Sup, dude? Well, not a whole lot. What's going on with you? Man of my word. Yeah, that I was starting around 10 a.m. Yeah. I'm trying to, at least. Trying to be a man of my word. All right, so we're back. We're back to more JavaScript game development from scratch. Last time, which was almost a week ago, we added in our new buttons. It's kind of basic for right now, but I think what we want. Indubitably getting my morning stuff out of the way. Nice. Yeah, so we added in our buttons, and they're working well. The quit button currently isn't hooked up to anything, but our retry button restarts a new game after we've finished. And we've got our buttons now added to our stats screen. So today, actually, first thing, I'm just going to do some boring. I'd like to just get the boring stuff out of the way. So all of the setup that like sets up all the positioning, the positions of everything. Right now I want to get that all added into just like one function. So that way, because right now it's kind of a mess. We have our one stat screen object, our stat screen class here, that in its like constructor and its initialization function, it kind of does like the position setup for everything, and I don't really like that. I'd rather it be much more, much kind of just in some sort of function off to the side that kind of sets up all the positions and everything. Because that's the way I have it for like the game itself. So like when we actually fire up a game, the bubble position, the bubbles, the bubble positions, the position of where this play area is supposed to be, the positions of all of this and sizes and this, sizes and scales of everything. That all happens just in one function. And then basically all those components just kind of get added in. So it's kind of everything's just, all the setups just handled in one place, which is nice. But for the stats screen, I didn't start off doing that because it was kind of simple to start. But now as we've added, buttons and spacing and positions for everything, everything's kind of all over the place. So I'm looking in the stats screen object here right now, and like a bunch of this, these buttons and everything. Yeah, I mean, even these buttons, the button setups themselves can get moved out. Because right now they just get calculated in the constructor of the stat screen, which isn't really what we want. So I think I'm just going to start with a new file to do that. Because right now I have this marathon creator, which is the setup for the game code. So I'm actually going to copy that and just change this to stat screen creator. Indubitably, okay, I was just about to ask, would you put all the button functions into their own file? The setups of the buttons, yes. The functions of like when you click a button, that actually will get set up. Well, that'll probably also be set up Stat screen here. Actually, that's kind of just a really simple function, at least for right now. Because the retry button, all it does is fire off the marathon started event, which is a new game. I have it called marathon right now to differentiate from my other game mode, but eventually it'll just be called like practice started or something or whatever. I will narrow that down. Yeah, so like the setup for each individual button is right here. So like the position, I just have a default 0, 0 position. And but the sizing calculation happens here where it takes the height of the canvas and sets its radius and everything. So all of this, the setup for that specific button will happen in this just one file. The function itself, it's on click event. So when you click the button and fires that, that'll also just be probably just set up in that file. Yeah, because it's just kind of basically a little one-liner function. And then the quit button I need to, so after we clean all this stuff up, the quit button just has an empty function here. But then I'd like to kind of figure out how I want to do the menu, kind of the menu system. Because the way I have the menu working right now is going to just be a little different. So I have like just this, I have this basic menu class that has set some buttons and stuff up here, but I'm going to be kind of changing that, and it'll get a little more formalized, because this is basically just so I could have some buttons to do things that so I could focus on actually building the game. I just had kind of a menu, very basic menu system set up with the HTML buttons. But now that we're actually focusing on building buttons and everything, we're going to need a little more of a formal kind of menu object. Oh yeah, I had a little offline follow there. Parallel Cobra. Thanks for the follow. You're probably not watching, but thank you. If you hop in the chat, I will give you another shout out there. All right, so I created this new stat screen creator, and I just copied over my marathon creator. I've got a bajillion imports here in that file, but that's okay. So I'm just going to kind of close this. Actually, we are going to just kill all of this. Yeah, all of this code is going away. So I might do something. It's kind of dumb that I have a class for this, and it should kind of just be a function, but I don't really need to care about that right now, because I'm basically just using the class to have a static method, which is kind of dumb. All right, I don't think we're going to take any arguments for the stats for that function. So now I'm going to need to kind of copy some things out of what I already have. So let's move this. Let's just move this. Let's keep this here. I'll move the stat screen over. Okay. Okay, so then almost all of this stuff, I'm going to kind of go, so I'm looking at the constructor here, just what happens first. And I think this calculation here is fine, but these stat objects, I'm going to immediately move these out of the constructor, and they will just belong in this function. So we will have just an array const stats, and we're going to need to import stat from stat.js. And then, oh. Let's do this, I guess. So I'm going to pass the marathon in. So in our application, here it is. In our application, so for example here, in the marathon created, we basically have this marathon equal a marathon creator.create marathon. So we call that method and fire up a new marathon object. The Retro MMO, good morning. Good morning. How's it going, man? Yeah, so right here we have this stat screen property of our application, and we just do a new stat screen from here, and we call this .marathon. So basically, this line that's doing the new stat screen will kind of get replaced with our stat screen creator, kind of like this .marathon.create marathon happens. So this will actually return the object itself. So I'm gonna pass the marathon in to this stat screen creator. I think makes the most sense. So we're going to pull that in as a parameter, and I don't know if it's going to get passed. Yeah, let's just do everything here. So we'll const total time, and we're going to do basically this line here. We get rid of this. Retro, how about you guys? I'm doing pretty good. Maybe a little, still kind of well, I had a good weekend. I was up at my parents', but that also means I'm hitting the Monday wall pretty hard. The Monday morning wall. Indubitably doing all right, so I decided instead of going straight to JavaScript, I was going to back up a bit and start with HTML and then CSS. Gotcha. Indubitably, have you done any other like programming before, or is this kind of like your first, like some other language like Python or Basic or anything? Or is JavaScript really like your first look at kind of programming and variables and functions and all of that stuff? I have not, dude. Entirely new to the coding world. Well, nice. Yeah, I know you mentioned that the other day. I didn't. Or I know you mentioned you just were starting JavaScript the other day. And I wasn't sure if you meant that was your first kind of look into programming or not. Okay. Get rid of that. Get rid of this. Get rid of that. Yeah, well, to that comment about learning HTML and CSS first, since JavaScript is so like tied to the browser, I mean, it's a scripting language that can really get used for anything, but since its pretty much main thing is, being used to automate, web browsers. Yeah, you're kind of controlling HTML and CSS with the JavaScript, so they kind of that's why all three of them typically are going hand in hand. I've always been interested in it. Just took a while to decided where to get started because there's so many different languages. Yeah. Retro agreed. Probably helps to at least learn the basics of HTML and CSS work before diving into JS. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and I would say like my own skills in HTML and CSS are super basic. So, but I kind of started learning other languages before JavaScript. So going to JavaScript was kind of natural, and then it was more of a matter of kind of learning HTML and CSS. But but like my game is basically barely any HTML or CSS at all. Like my index HTML file is this. So I just set the, which, you know, I set some CSS style of body. Just so it's, yeah, that's originated at 0, 0 on the screen. I pull in a font, Roboto. I don't think I'm using Roboto anymore, so maybe I can get rid of that. And then I have my main JS file, and then everything happens in the JavaScript. And then some HTML elements get created on the fly. 3 lines, yeah. Yeah, pretty much everything just happens in JavaScript. I do, like, you know, I have my HTML buttons here, which just get created on demand, you know, like as you, if I need a button for something, I create it with JavaScript. Like my wrapper around, yeah, I have my button wrapper class. So you pass like a title for it and an on-click function, and then basically its init function fires up, you know, some HTML and CSS stuff, and then does the old document.body.appendChild. And then the same thing happens with my canvas. My canvas even just gets generated on the fly too, in the canvas wrapper. Yeah, same thing. Some stuff, and then document.body.appendChild. HTML bones, CSS flesh, JSS. There is JSS too. JS blood flow. Yeah, that sounds pretty good. All right, so we're doing boring stuff right now. Just copying and pasting stuff over. So now, I mean, I'm not a super fan of this, but it gets the job done. Like our marathon thing here takes just a bunch of parameters. Play area, bubbles, cursor trail, nav meter, progress meter, blah, you know, it's just like every element of the marathon just comes in through it as a parameter. You know, I didn't want to waste a bunch of time debating what to do with it, so that's the way I did it. And it works, and it's fine. So we're going to kind of basically use the same approach for our stats screen. So we'll pass in this total time as like a parameter. We'll pass in these stats as a parameter. So these are all things that right now are just getting calculated right here. So I don't even know if marathon's going to come in anymore. Yeah, actually it's not. So I'm even going to just get started right now. Wait, I should probably, yeah. Because the stats screen is something that's not super interactive anyway. At least I'm not planning on anything changing with that. So it's really just kind of an empty shell. It's really just kind of an empty shell that takes, you know, some numbers and shows them on screen, right? It's just kind of a nice way to show things. I don't know what I was going to do here. Let's just make this, oops, 4 again. So we're just going to pop 4 bubbles and then the game will be over. Oh, yeah, there's some broken stuff here because we're in the middle of copying and pasting everything. All right, so let's just keep going, trudging along here. So we're going to take a total time property. We're going to take a stats array, and that will just be this. We have our retry button and our quit button, which are going to come in as individual buttons. They will get instantiated in this function, not inside of, oh, whoops, this dot. I'm not thinking. Retry button, quit button. And we need to, let's copy these out. Retro, do you have a Discord server for your stream and or coding endeavors? No, I don't. I've honestly never even used Discord. So, yeah. I'm thinking about, because I honestly don't even know, like I know, I mean, so here's my knowledge of Discord. Like, I know it kind of was meant to be like a TeamSpeak kind of replacement or something, you know, just to like, oh, chat with your friends, just kind of like a voice chat, whatever. But now I hear all this stuff about like our Discord, join our Discord for community something or other. So I clearly don't even know all the uses of Discord. Wise Dolphin 13, you may need one. Should be a good place for us followers to talk about things and you. Oh. Well, I'll look into it for sure. And I've kind of been thinking about it, but I just never actually did anything about it. But, yeah, sounds pretty good. Retro, it's like Slack. Actually, I've never even used Slack either. I mean, yes, I'm familiar with it, but, LOL, yeah, right. Okay, so, well, Wise Dolphin 13, thanks for hanging out. Welcome to the chat. Retry button, quit button. Wise Dolphin, well, for one thing, we are seeing your code, and we may have a question about the code, which is basic fundamental. Instead of interrupting the stream, we could put it there. Gotcha. IDK, though, could have other uses as well. And thanks. Gotcha. That's cool. Okay, so kind of like a forum-y kind of thing. Like, oh, you did this, and I can, like, check it later kind of thing. You did some terrible programming thing. Why did you do that? That kind of stuff. Those kinds of questions. Here we go. Retro MMO, why no use TypeScript? Yeah, exactly. Technically, couldn't I just right out of the box, right out of the gate, do TSC main.js and then just, and it would just do TypeScript compilation? Yes, that's kind of what I thought. And do you have, Retro, for you, do you have like a custom script to do that? Or are you using something else that's, if you do your own config, right? Gotcha. Is that like the first thing you do in your, you know, build script or whatever? Retro is like TSC something. And then from there you know, whatever else, Babel, whatever. Babel probably supports TypeScript now. I don't know. Okay, so we've got our buttons going here. We need to get rid of this though, because we just copied and pasted those out of, oops. I use this, Babel, JS, stocks, and Babel preset types. Okay, gotcha. That was a very precise answer to my question. Exactly what I was looking for. My build script is pretty complex because I have a lot of different things going on in one repo. Okay. Well, yeah, you got like a server and blah, 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 blah. Oh, nice. Thanks. Okay, so I need to check that. Let's see, what are we? I'm gonna get rid of a bunch of these imports that we don't need. So like all of this stuff, definitely we won't need. All of this stuff. Helper maybe, round, that's old. All right. Actually, I'm going to get rid of it because that's kind of specific. Okay, so we've got our buttons moved out. Just want to look at... I've got my script that automatically restarts the server and everything. So whenever I refresh, now everything's already my middle of the road updated stuff. So I can't see my stat screen because we're obviously in the middle of fixing this. So everything's broken. But that's all right. So I just want to kind of look through these to make sure everything that I'm copying over is still good. Config, yes. Canvas wrapper, yes. These colors, the colors I'll probably move to the config file, the colors of the buttons themselves. How are you doing the automated reboots? Actually, just a little node script. Or I'm not doing browser refresh. Maybe I gave that, maybe I implied that when I said that. I am doing a little node app that I just wrote myself because I thought, hey, it'd be kind of cool to see if I could just do my own little auto restart the server script. So basically it just, yeah, I'm using the spawn function of the child process module. I have a function start app. I'm kind of just reading this out loud because I don't remember exactly how I do it here. So we got a function start app. We launch it the first time. Yeah, and then we do the file system watch. And it's just watching anything in this directory, which I always have to make sure I run the app in the right directory. So recursive, cascade down through the different folders, check. So any file changes, it kills the app and starts the app again. So then killing the app, we start the app once the first time. So it does a spawn, app, whatever. And then I print the errors. So if there's data from standard out or standard error, then I print those on the screen. So then like down here, I've got my app started, whatever. You can see all of that. So yeah, that's basically it. And it restarts itself. Doesn't it restart itself if it... No, maybe it doesn't restart itself if there's an error. I thought I was trying to do that, but I didn't do that. Retro, I use NodeMon for this. Yeah, well, at least I've seen NodeMon, but I'd have to look a little more into that. Yeah, and I'm sure there's probably, there's a million better things I could do with that. With something, it's pretty much the exact same thing as this. Gotcha. All right. So aside from the colors of the buttons, I think everything is good. Oh, the positions. Now I don't have to set these positions to 0, 0. I can actually start calculating the positions beforehand. Because this is the dumb thing I was doing where, because these guys were in the constructor of the stat screen, I'd set them to 0, 0, and then in the init function, then it would set the correct positions of the buttons. So I need to kind of do something like this with the code that I had before, and kind of mix and match it all together now in a more proper way. So let's see all of that. Yeah. So one thing that I was doing just kind of hackily before was I was like calculating all of these variables that in the constructor that are properties that should just be like little variables that I need to store something kind of temporarily in one little scope. So that's why we're moving everything here to this new function. So I think I could probably throw these up here and not use this dot anymore. Whoops. Oh, whoops. Okay. All right, so it will be a little tricky to get all this lined up the first time. Okay, so then we get rid of this, we get rid of the stats. Oh, so this does need to come after the stats at least. Right. And we got another this in here, another this. Yes, okay. So now our constructor looks a lot better here. Just a couple lines that set up the objects and stuff, and that's it. So now the init function is also this other function that's way bloated out here, and this all needs to get moved into here because this is all the calculation of the button positions and then our stat positions and everything. So let's figure out where exactly this stuff needs to go. I guess we could do, here we do button positions. Okay, so maybe I can, wow. This is going to be interesting. All right, and actually I can get rid of this init function. We don't need that on there anymore. And I'm just going to paste this at the end. Let's see what we got here. Actually, I'm going to hit the bathroom real quick. Don't go anywhere. They added Zoom to Windows Notepad. I don't know when they did that, but that helps. You used to just have to go in and change the font size, but now there's some legit Zoom. All right. 2 seconds. And I'll wash my hands, don't worry. BRB. And I'm back. Yes, I did wash my hands. My bathroom's just like 15 feet that way. Don't worry. Wise Dolphin, we hold the keyboard, no worries. Hey, thanks. Thanks for watching out for me while I was gone. You know, that's exactly what I would expect from a dev, to just use freaking Notepad to show important messages instead of designing some animated screen with lots of moving objects. Thanks. Guess that's a compliment. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I mean, it works, right? It conveys the message. All right, so this, we're at the fun part now. And I'm using fun sarcastically there. Yeah, because what I was doing before is we had like our constructor for our stat screen. So this is the code for the stat screen, you know, 3 lines. It was more than that, but, and then here is our init function code. And since I did it that way, that was bad. But now they kind of need to go like this to be like more efficient. Because now that's all just getting moved into just one function. So now all of that stuff that was individual and separate and whatever can now be kind of merged into one nice little thing. So the thing is, I need to figure out like what parts are supposed to come first and what ones are not, that sort of thing. And, you know, maybe if I had, you know, with JavaScript, at least with my use of JavaScript tools, which is basically just VS Code, I'm not going to have any insight on if I'm using like a variable before it's declared or something. Gotta love that. Yeah, so I'm just gonna go like line by line. So where we're using this for all these, obviously that's referring to this, which was part of our stat screen object, right? This is our stat screen object. So all of these were properties and stuff that were declared or set up, which now should just be variables. In theory, I should just get rid of this dot, and then I'm keeping the variable names all the same. So actually, let's just do a little find replace, huh? That'd be the smart thing. Well, I did kind of want to go one by one to look. Okay, so all the buttons, those are good. So retry button, quit button, those are good. Those are variables. And it looks like that's all we have for these. These are all this dot retry button or this dot quit button. Yes, so that's good. This dot retry, this dot quit, this dot pose. Okay, there's pose now as a variable. So we have this dot pose can go away. This dot stat width is a variable. This dot half stat width, nice. All right, so do a replace all. Cool. Let's just, in fact, let's just do it like the brute force way. Okay, so that didn't work. Let's, oh yeah, because we need to return a new return new stat screen. Stat screen. We imported that. Nice. So now for that we need to pass in, oh, we don't need total time for anything. We just need stats, retry button, and quit button. New stat screen. And then in our application, we actually need to use it instead of new stat screen here. We need to do stat screen creator. We'll just do this. Stat screen creator dot create stat screen. That should be good. Let's see if that's right. Stat screen creator. Oh, I need to import it first. Right. We can get rid of the stat screen. Import. Stat screen creator.js. Stat screen or stats? That's the problem with words that start with the same letter, end with the letter. You know what I'm trying to say. Stats, is it stats screen or stat screen? If you say it fast, they sound the same. Stat screen. Stats screen. You need a glottal stop. Stats screen. If you're going to use, technically, if you're using the S on the end. So if it's stats screen. Anyway. That's not what we're here to debate today. Stat screen. Because it's supposed to be statistics screen. Just short for that. Stat S screen would be a recommended spelling. With dashes. I mean, you can't use dashes in variable names or that sort of thing. But the S, well, the dash S. Oh, just kidding. Gotcha. Well, you would keep the S on stats, right? But you would, put a dash in there. I don't know. Or we could use the dictionary. The phonetic dictionary version of that. Where it tells you how to pronounce, the word. Stat screen creator. Yeah, now I need to actually update this. Stats screen. Oh, come on. It's supposed to work now. What happened there? Uncaught. Create stats screen. Yeah, because I'm probably using stat screen again. Yeah. Button is not defined. Yeah, I could probably need to import button. So we imported stat. We need to import button. All right, let's see what we got here. Hey, it works, but it's not, it's kind of messy still. So at least we know it works. We're not getting any errors now. Event emitter, that was a good test. I thought forward there. I thought, let's just click the button and see what happens. Event emitter is not defined, right? We need to import event emitter because we need to actually fire off an event. Yeah, we're good. Because when we click our retry button, we need to emit the marathon started event. So we start a new game. All right, so it's working. I do want to clean it up a little bit, though, because I know the button stuff. Yeah, I'd like to I'd like to move the button stuff out of this top section because there's two components that are going on here, right? Like there's the statistics themselves and then the buttons. And things kind of get generated top down. So I'd like to at least have the code kind of follow this same kind of visual thing, right? So we can have the stats screen stuff get generated, and then the logic for the buttons would be then below, you know. Because right now it's still kind of looking like this. Well, before I said it was supposed to look like this, but now I'm talking about something completely different now. So let's just move on. Instead of me trying to explain my diagrams, my visual aid hand diagrams, okay. So yeah, because the thing is right now, there's no reason to do this pose initialized to 0, 0 for these buttons anymore. There's no reason to do that. I did that before because they were going in the constructor and then getting set up later. But there's no reason to do that now in this function. But I just need to figure out exactly where all this stuff should be moved to. So the button, instantiating the buttons can just get moved down. Okay, so this is where we set up each stat. So I should try to keep, or this is where all the positions of each stat get set up. So I can try to keep the button logic below this section here. So I'll try to just keep the variables that are required for stats above that, and then keep any variables for the buttons below that. Wise Dolphin, I'm sensing if we were to play rock, paper, scissors, your choice would be pretty predictable each time. Yeah, scissors cut everything, right? That's how it works. Okay, so let's do... Actually, to do this, I am just going to like comment out some code and then see what variables. So obviously we have some variable declarations that belong to just buttons, so that's good. All of these get used there. A lot of these are just kind of little optimizing variables, I guess. Oh, yeah, all of these basically just spit down to like this. Let's see about all of these are getting used. Okay. All right, so I guess this is probably fine then. But we still need to fix how we do the buttons. So these buttons, width. Whoa, Charlie, in search of followers, blah, 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 blah. Come to bigfollows.com. I'm going right now. How do I delete a comment? Retro MMO, same, yeah. Big follows, big whatever else. I got one of those the other day too. Retro MMO, under settings, turn on mod controls or something. Gear icon next to chat. My chat. Chat, delete. Yeah, I don't know. I can't find it. I thought I was looking at the gear icon next to chat, and there was like I was in the stream manager on Twitch. Whatever. If it's taking me this long, I'll have to just figure it out for next time. You could also just do /ban. Woo Charlie. I can type that into the chat. Oh, I saw there was like a little, username reason. Nice. Do you see the reason when I did that? Spam. I just put spam as whatever. We do not see the... Okay, gotcha. Yeah, just for future reference. It's good to know. In case the reason is like crazy ex-girlfriend, delete, ban. In case that's the reason, you know, maybe you don't want people to know. All right. Reason is probably just for your mods to see. Yeah, that would make sense. Gotcha. All right, so what are we doing here again? Variable stuff. So actually, a lot of these... Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna need to actually use my brain here a bit. So what we'll do is we will say we'll have some new variables. We'll have retry button R for the radius. And that's going to equal that. And then we'll have quit button R. And you might go, well, aren't they the exact same size? Never mind. I was going to show it, but they are the same size, but I'm thinking like maybe from a design perspective, I might change the sizes of them. Might change their sizes. So I'm just leaving them separate. So we've got a retry button R, quit. Oh, this should be quit button R. And then, yeah, so then this will just simply be retry button R. This will just simply be quit button R. Beautiful. So okay. The font size is also something we can... Do I use that for anything else? Okay, never mind. This we can just leave inline with the button setup because we don't use this specific math value for anything else. Just trying to make sure I don't like have any calculations, duplicate calculations that, you know, don't need to be there, because it'll just confuse, you know, It'll just confuse myself in the future. I'm not worried about like speed or anything in this case, because this just happens once at the end of the game. And this is pretty much just going to apply to the practice mode only, because when you play one-on-one, the server will probably spit out all the values. So that's also something I need to be thinking about, and I'm not currently thinking about right now. Wise Dolphin, may I ask, how are you defining the font size? What is the CTX for the canvas wrapper? So the canvas wrapper is just it's like a singleton object I have that kind of represents my game's interactions with the canvas, the HTML canvas. If you're familiar with HTML canvas at all, so when I say canvas, that's kind of what I'm referring to. So I just have the name of this being canvas wrapper, because it's kind of my like extra functionality that I need for that. And then CTX is just in a lot of examples using canvas, everybody names the canvas context to CTX. So CTX is basically just the context with which I'm working with this canvas. So if I want to draw stuff to the canvas, I have to use the context to do it. So the context then gives you methods to do everything. And CTX.canvas, this actually is you can kind of go, you get a context, and then from the context you can actually get the HTML element, which is canvas, and then height, you can just get the height of that HTML element, you know. So CTX is not this is my thing. From here on is not my thing. I'll just show you how that gets set up here. I thought I had that open. Nope. Canvas wrapper. Yeah, so I have just a very basic class that I call canvas wrapper. And it's a singleton object, so like when I export it from this file, I export a new canvas wrapper so that there only will ever be one canvas wrapper. So when you import canvas wrapper, you're importing. If I import canvas wrapper to multiple files, it'll be the same object. It'll be the same single object. That's a nice little trick with exports to do that sort of thing. So in the init here, I create a canvas element. I set the width and the height, and then here's where I do on the canvas element, there's a get context method, and I do 2D that's for specifying a basic little 2D API for drawing circles and lines and rectangles and that sort of thing. And then that's where I get the CTX from, which is the context that I'm just kind of nicknaming CTX. Because I see that a lot in examples and whatever and everything. It could just be called context or whatever, but basically that. And this little fantastic line from Retro the other day, setting the baseline for fonts, that helped. But yeah, probably didn't explain it very well, but yeah. All right, so let's see if we're actually doing, nope. Retry button before initialization, okay. Try button R, quit button R, okay. Where are we trying to access this before initialization? Up here. That's interesting. All right, so we need to do, where else do we use retry button? Retry button.size.r. Retry button to size at R. Drawable that size. Wise dolphin, yeah, big. No, that was good enough for an overview. All right, cool. Retro MMO. So I'm guessing your background is in OOP mainly. Actually, well, not really. And I try not to do OOP too much. I guess you're asking that because I have like wrappers and blah blah stuff and static methods for everything, classes for everything. No, so when I started programming, I started kind of just doing really basic stuff, batch file kind of stuff, actually. Because I have kind of an IT background. So that was kind of, got kind of my start in programming, automating kind of things. So I was just asking because you're using classes for your wrappers. Yeah. Yeah, I guess I haven't really thought too hard about that. But I'm trying to not do so much OOP stuff that I can. And I would say my like knowledge of like legit OOP programming is minimal anyway. And I'm just trying to get out of that mindset because I've been kind of focusing on like data oriented programming, I guess, DOP. And that's something I've been trying to focus on a lot more, and that's pretty. I feel like that's a cool thing, but obviously I am using classes and stuff for a lot of things. But yeah, I'm watching a lot of like Jonathan Blow or Handmade Hero, Casey Muratori. Watching a lot of their videos and their streams, whatever, and obviously they're doing, Jonathan Blow's creating a whole new language, programming language, but they're doing more native C, C++, whatever, or a whole new language, just native games rather than web stuff. But they're very much like proponents of data oriented programming, so not like trying to spit your, automatically be thinking about your program in these like way crazy abstract ways of everything, and rather more just focusing on the data and transforming the data, from its initial state into the useful state, and that sort of thing. So that's kind of my spiel. I would post a link on that, but actually I don't have anything off the top of my head to post. So I kind of started not in OOP because I just was like writing bash files and scripting and stuff like that, and then kind of got into more. I kind of saw OOP and thought, oh, that's the way to program, and now I'm kind of seeing like OOP is kind of terrible when, or maybe not so much fun, I think. So, but yes, in this you'll see me doing OOP kind of stuff and whatever and blah, 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 blah. Yeah. Anyway. Okay, so we're doing this, we're using our retry button radius here. And that's what's giving us our error right now, but we need to move this. I think we'll do this. We might throw this into a new variable now. Let's see. I don't know if I need to do the diameter, throw the diameter into a variable, because here we're using the diameter to calculate some spacing stuff. So I'm doing radius times 2. But I don't, if I use it more than once, then I like to throw it into a variable. Yeah, let's just look. Okay, here I'm doing drawable. That size, that r times 2. Okay, so I'm using it there. All right, so let's create a button diameter variable as well. Actually, I'm not going to say. I'm going to just make this retry button D. And that'll just be retry button R times 2. So that's our diameter. I think I just heard a mouse in my ceiling. I heard a little squeak. I've got this drop ceiling that you can maybe kind of see. So like kind of office style drop ceiling. And there's like a spot in the front of my house where mice seem to be getting in. So like when the weather changes, and we just had a really cold night, so they probably came in to be warm. I've got a trap up there, so the mouse will probably, it's probably stuck in the trap, and that's what I just heard the squeak from. All right, this is good. Now I can use this diameter one here. I can use the diameter one here. I can, yeah, well, that should be good for that. Let's just see if we're running now when we do that. So let's play. Cannot access retry button before initialization. That was the same exact error. Oh. Oh, come on. Okay, I just didn't rename the thing correctly. All right, so now we've got our screen. And we can see everything. Yeah, no errors. But I still want to kind of comb through this and just figure out what can be changed and whatever. This is something, half of the canvas height, this is something that I need to have in like a global variable. that gets calculated as part of our canvas context or something, or part of our canvas wrapper. So like when I get to the screen size changing and everything, like these kind of global variables would get changed. Because like I use half of the canvas height a lot for other things too. So I'm calculating it on the fly every time, you know. So it's something on my list. And here I'm doing the width, and here I'm doing it like 2 times in a row here, calculating the canvas width. So it'd be nice to just have that in just one variable that gets calculated only when the screen redraws, or the screen resizes, I mean. Oh, my speaker's turned off. Or my speaker's auto mute. And if somebody follows when or something or some event happens, and then I don't hear the sound. All right, so let's see what else. Yeah, the font size thing works on their own because I don't use this sort of thing more than once. The button's width. Oh. Here we're using quit button. I'm going to do this, the variable version of this, quit button r times 2. Half button's width, this thing, that'll go away. We set the positions of everything. Yeah, I actually think this is probably as good as it needs to be. The stats thing could maybe change a bit. We set up our stats here and what stats they are. I'm just going to look at each of these variables just to see everything makes sense. So we've got the width of the stat screen, blah, blah, blah. The stat width. The position, which should be like stat. I should probably rename that to like stat pose. Yeah. Caps lock. Stat pose. Stat pose. Okay. That's good. Oh, the one thing I wanted to do, yeah, we haven't even fixed the one thing I was thinking of. I don't want to initialize these to 0 if I don't have to. So here where we're setting up our, yes. So all of these variables here, retry button, quit button. Oh, that's text. Well, all of this actually, you know what? This kind of just works. It's really not that big a deal. Just setting these positions at 0, 0, and then setting it up down here. Because a lot of this might kind of look confusing if I change it. No. Actually, it's going to make things clearer because I can clear up all of these variables. All of these, like, something, object.object.object.object, whatever, these references. So let's try moving all of this up above here. And then I can just make this like more readable for myself. So we can have so we can have const retry button pose equals that, and then we can move this move that up here. Sorry, this is a boring stream so far, but we're getting there. We're getting to the more interesting stuff. Oh yeah, I got semicolons on the end there. We get rid of that one. Retry button pose. And we do the same thing here with const quit button pose. All right, so we need to do that should be good. And then, yeah, we can just set this object right in here. This object will go away. I don't need to worry at the end of the function, so I don't need to worry about mutability kind of stuff. All right. Okay. So we've got these now, these position variables working. Let's see. Let's just run a test and see if it works. Nope. Cannot access retry button before initialization. 52, line 52. Okay. Oh. Yeah, we don't have access to that yet, but we already calculated it before. So we have retry button R, and we have quit button R. That is the radius. Yes, that looks good. Oh, we need to get rid of this as well. There we go. All right, let's see how we're running now. Nice, no errors. Okay, so far so good. I think there's some more stuff we could clean up a bit. Now the text part is interesting, and maybe that can just stay. Maybe that can stay like this. So we have the text. So for our new button class that we created on the last stream, it uses a little fruit fly in here. The button class uses a drawable entity, which is which uses a circle. It's a circle drawable entity. Right now, I just have that kind of hard coded for the button, and I think that's fine. The positions. So when you pass the object you pass to the constructor of button takes like a position and size, and it uses that as like the circle. It uses that in terms of the circle. So the size is a radius. The position of the circle on dead center. So, and like the color is the color of the button, the circle itself. And then there's text as well, which then gets forward. So this button is kind of like a manager for the circle entity and then the text entity. And then it just kind of puts the two together in one thing. So the text, there's no place to pass the text in the constructor that I have right now, at least. And maybe I could just do like a... Yeah, I mean, honestly, this is fine. Because like the size that goes into the constructor for each button is for the circle itself, the radius of the button. Nothing to say about the position of the text. And actually, maybe better yet, the position of the text should actually be set up in the button itself. Because what this logic is doing is just centering the text. Yeah, actually, let's move this logic to that button. To the button class itself. Because what it's doing is it's just centering the text based upon the position of the button. Yeah, so let's move that over to the button then. Yeah, there's some nasty-ish stuff in here that would be nice to remove, but okay. Yeah, we can just set that for each button just right here. So let's do... let me just make sure this is... Yeah, all of this is actually right. Because if I were to just straight up remove... Right? Am I right? Let's see here. Position. Yeah, let's just comment these out and see if the text works. Because we can probably, looks like we've maybe already done that. Yes, we have. All right. So we can actually just get rid of all of this. Nice. Oh, and let's see. Let's handle the color right now. How do I do colors in config? Have I done that before? No, I haven't done colors in the configuration yet. All right, never mind. We're not going to do that because that would require me to think about some other things that I don't want to right now, or that aren't necessary. It'd be a waste of time is what I'm trying to say. Yeah, because we'll just leave it like this. So the text color is white for the buttons, and I'm just going to leave each button color as just hard-coded in the stat screen creator. Yeah. I think that's good. All right, so everything should, one final little check here, and everything should look good. Nice. Yeah, everything looks pretty good. Not sure about the times. I don't know. When I fired it up for the first time today and I felt the speed of the button animations, it felt a little fast maybe. What have I set those to? Oh, the animations are something I should... Let's maybe make this like 150. 150 milliseconds for the fade animation. Yeah, it's a little nicer. I think I set it to 100 because that kind of masked the font scaling issues that are another issue that I'm probably not going to worry about at least in my first initial public release of this, but because it bothers me. It's just the text wobbles, and I don't like it. Nice. It's looking pretty good. All right. So next, we are going to actually look into a little more of, or replacing our current main menu object that we have, and figuring out a better way to do that. I am going to use the bathroom real quick before we dive into that. So we'll be back in a second. Don't go anywhere. And we're back. Filled up on water quick. Okay. Yeah, so I'm thinking very similar to what we have for like this stats screen object. I'm going to be creating like a main menu object as well, that at least kind of manages the positions and everything of the buttons. Oh, and one thing I'm thinking of doing is adding, well, I'll explain how the current main menu works. So that works based upon, basically, the main menu gets fired up. Main menu equals new main menu. And I believe in this main menu class, I just have, yeah, these buttons: play button, practice button, marathon practice button, right? And those are just button wrappers. So then, so then what happens is whenever a certain event happens that the main menu needs to go away, then there's this set elements hidden. Oh, that's a property of each button. Oh, no, that's a property of the menu object. Yeah, there's a set elements hidden, so it goes and hides each of the elements. Because my thought process for that was maybe that, well, there wasn't, yeah. So a menu class basically just has the elements array, which is just buttons for right now. That's the only like UI element we can possibly have. So we have that, and then we have the method set elements hidden, and then you can pass true or false to specify whether you want to hide them or unhide them. And I think I had like a toggle. I remember I changed this to actually like you pass a Boolean hidden or not, true or false. I don't remember why exactly I did that, but there was a specific reason. Because it used to just be like a toggle, I think. Like you just hide or unhide them, whatever. And then here it's actually doing the, oh no, element set hidden is part of the button wrapper. Yeah, set hidden, then actually sets the HTML hidden property. Oh, that's why I added that in. Because, well, maybe not, maybe not. But now that we've got our own new buttons, I don't know if I want to follow this kind of thinking. Because basically the main menu object is always there. You know, our application fires up, or an application is also a singleton entity. So that fires up once and only once, and then the main menu, there's a new main menu object that fires up, and that's it. Oh, that's right. There's also an in-game menu, which gave you like the ability to quit or whatever. Which for some reason doesn't show on this with this current marathon game mode. And I guess probably because I didn't do something with, oh, there's a certain event listener that, let's see, the in-game menu. Yeah, the in-game menu is only listening to these specific events and not the not anything with our new game mode. These are the old game mode events. So yeah, the in-game menu has a button wrapper object for the quit button right now, and that's all there is. And I'm thinking of keeping that same thing. But it'd be nice to do like our new bubble. Maybe like, I was thinking it could be like half. It could be like a quarter button up there. So like then you swipe up here and click it or something. I don't know. We'll see. Our circle button. Yeah, part of me is thinking like maybe getting rid of this menu, these menu objects, so having like a main menu object and an in-game menu object. Part of me is thinking of just getting rid of that, just having like one manager thing for the main menu, and then just like hiding or showing different bubbles. Yeah, these are just really nasty, hard-coded things anyway. Yeah, so what I'm thinking we could do now is like just have like one menu object. Just like one main menu object, and then you have all the buttons you need like right there. So you'd have, and then you could just like hide them, or maybe or have them like off screen. Well, one thing I wanted to do is add like a hidden way to hide these buttons, because there's kind of multiple ways I could do it, but I'm thinking the best way would just be, right now I have my drawable entity, which is an entity, and this is kind of the special kind of entity that actually lets you draw something to the canvas context, right? So it's got a special method called this.draw that takes in the canvas context, and then whatever this function will run every frame, right? At the beginning of every frame, or whatever on the next frame, right? So there's no like visible, there's no way to have like make the drawable invisible right now. I didn't add anything like that. So I'm thinking what I might do. Now I could just do something simple. I could just do something like this, like this dot visible, or maybe initialize to true. So visible is true, and then every drawing function. So basically, you don't use drawable directly. You'd use a circle object or a rect object. Or an open path object. That would be like a squiggly line or whatever, some sort of line that doesn't connect to the end. It could be just a straight line, it could be a squiggly line, or whatever you want. Oh, or it could be text. It could be text as well. And I think that's all of those extend drawable. And each of those have their own specific draw function, right? So I left this in here, does nothing, obviously. This function does nothing. It's just in here kind of for example. So what I was going to say was I could have like in every of these, so in the text draw method, in the rect draw method, in the circle draw method, I could just have this check for if visible true or not. And if it's not, if visible is false, then just don't draw, right? Then just the following lines that, just a little if statement to check that, right? I could do that. Or I could have like a method that would be like toggle visibility or whatever. And then instead of some Boolean that runs, it could actually pull the event handlers out. And just like my more like optimization brain kind of likes that idea better. You know what though? You know what? That wouldn't be that big of a deal. And I don't know if this should be something that's part of each drawable object or part of yeah. This is kind of something that like either way wouldn't really be that big of a deal. And I'm kind of thinking of maybe just adding this to the button right now. To our new button class. So having like actually we don't really need a Boolean. Oh yeah, we do. Stop visible. So we could have a property this dot visible. This is on our new button class. And we could have a method that's like toggle. Yeah, I don't exactly know. Toggle visibility. You know, toggle visible is just better. And then we could do yeah, there's like different layers of what we could do to keep track of Yeah, I'm just like trying to think of what would be best. What would be like the best way to handle this? Because we have the event listeners. We have these event listeners for cursor down, cursor up, cursor moved. So it's parsing all of this, right, based upon the cursor moving. And that's important when you're here and you need to click the button. But how do I... But for the main menu, Like, do I instantiate the buttons every time, or should I just create a new main menu from scratch every time you go back to the main menu? Or do I have the main menu always there, like an object that's always there, but the buttons are just like hidden, right? And then it's just like a matter of going back and calling the method to unhide the buttons, right? Like show main menu, hide main menu, show main menu, hide main menu, right? And that also begs the question, do I do the same thing for this? For the stats screen, like I could just do like the same exact thing, and then just these stat values would get updated. Because kind of what I'm getting at is like all of the code that generates all these positions, and while it's super fast and really not that big a deal to run every time, because it's not code that's happening every frame, then yeah, you know what? If I'm going that route, I should just make it so you can hide. Yeah, I kind of like the hidden, unhidden thing. And then for the button, what I should do is like, so if you set the button to hidden, all of its event listeners will go away. So, and it's drawable. Obviously, that's how I should hide it, rather than like a Boolean that checks if this is visible or not. Because I should have like a drawable like hide thing, or hide or show. Maybe I should just do like hide show methods. So if you unhide it, it will stop drawing to the screen because its drawing function will get removed from the canvas wrapper. Its event listeners for the mouse cursor and everything will go away. Because we don't really want to be, obviously we don't want to be parsing mouse input and checking for hits, doing hit detection on the button when it's hidden. Like there's no reason to do that. So I haven't done anything like that where you kind of, because so far, I mean, this game's just been very simple, very basic. I haven't really had too many objects that persist for a while in the game, right? Like you start a new game, all the bubbles and everything get generated positions, and then they pop, you pop them, and you go away, and then you know, then a new whole level gets generated, whatever. And it's all new positions. So like, I haven't really done anything too much yet with like kind of keeping things persistent that would need to persist across the whole browser uptime. So I'm kind of erring on the side of, and honestly, for this game, like either way I do things, it's not really going to make much of a difference. Indubitably, got to take off. I'll be back later if you're still working on this. Sounds good, man. We'll catch you later. And thanks for hanging out. So trying to think if I should just add this visible, invisible functionality to just the buttons, the button objects, or if it should be, it's going to have to be part of like the drawable. Yeah, it's going to have to be part of the drawable object. think. I think that's going to be best. Yeah, let's just try something here. So let's try in our drawable. We are going to have, let's just have a show method and a hide method. And hide is going to basically do the same thing as init and destruct that we have on our entity class. All right, so and then the other thing we need to do is also this portion. So we can do that exact line here. And destruct, we can do the same exact thing, actually. Yeah, that's all right here. So the drawer, we have the drawer, add drawer, remove drawer. So basically the drawer, weird word, is the function that draws. And we add that to the canvas wrapper so the canvas wrapper will draw it to the screen, right? And then that way, like, this entity doesn't have to, it just kind of ensures that everything gets drawn in order. And I can use a z-index and everything, and I can kind of specify the order of which certain things draw on top of each other and everything. So that's nice. Another function of canvas wrapper just lets us organize the way things are drawn to the screen. So I think that's actually all we kind of need to do. Because these, yeah, the event listeners and everything can go in and out. The one thing to test that would just be maybe something like this. So we can, since we've got our quit button, I can just test, or quit button that doesn't do anything yet. I can maybe just have that hide the retry button. So I can just do retry button dot hide. Just see if that, see how that works. Retry button dot hide is not a function. Oh. Yeah, we need to now add a button. Button hide. And a button show. So the button show will just, so a button object has the text, and what I'm just calling the drawable property, which is the circle. So the circle and the text, right? We've got a circle and text, and those are two individually drawing components to the screen, drawable components. So basically all we need to do for show/hide is just this dot drawable dot show and this dot text dot show. And then the same thing here, just hide this dot drawable dot hide. So this, the hides here, this dot show hides here are the methods we just created. Drawable.hide. Yeah. Drawable.hide. Good job, VS Code, on getting that. So now, wrong green. Now when we hit quit, we'll see what happens. This should disappear. Oh. Okay, cool. And it's gone. And it's not doing anything. And just to absolutely be sure that everything worked. We can go to our button and we can do on cursor moved. Actually, this might be kind of dumb. Yeah, never mind. That's stupid. Let's move it actually into the check hit. All right. So I just added just a little console log just to make sure we are. So like when I hover over a button, it's printing just the X value of the cursor. So obviously that's working for both buttons. And then just to make sure that when I hide this button by clicking hide retry by clicking quit, that we're not firing any events anymore. No, we still are. We still are. So even though our button is invisible, we are definitely still firing off events. Oh, you know what? That's because the button, those events are not tied to the drawable thing. They're tied to the button object itself, button entity itself. So we need to hide. We need to remove the event emitters also for this button. Man, can't believe I screwed that one up. All right, so in our button, so we still need to do the drawable.show, text.show. We still need to do that, but because those still have their drawing functions that need to get removed. All right, so now we're checking mouse positions. There, we're checking mouse positions. If I click this, event emitter not defined. Yeah, we need to import it. All right, so I can get rid of canvas context there. Nice. So we're printing stuff there, we're printing stuff there. If I hide the button, it's hidden. No more. That looks good. Let's make sure, just to be absolute sure. I'm just going to make the color black. Oh, actually, you know what? That shouldn't have made a difference. Okay, retry quit. Yep. Okay. All right, so that's looking pretty good. I'm kind of tempted to like well, I'm kind of tempted to remove the show and hide methods from the drawables now. because like at some point in time, like this engine, this is kind of like engine code stuff. And I feel like those functions will need to be used at some point for maybe other games or other whatever. So I might just leave these. Drawable doesn't have any event emitters. Right? Yeah, none of those other ones should have event emitters. Oh no, it could. It could. Because you could have some sort of weird custom drawable with a bunch of stuff. Because I definitely have that. Well, I think we'll leave this. Yeah, I don't really need that comment there. It's pretty self-explanatory what's happening. All right. I think this is good. So now we've got actually like a suitable show hide method. Let's, for our buttons, for all drawables, in fact, let's try. Well, I wanted to test the show part of it as well, but I think we might just, I'm trying to think of a way to test the show hide. I guess we could do this, maybe. Maybe we could just have it, we could do retry button dot hide right after it's initialized. So now, well, let's change these button colors back to white. All right, so now this button should be hidden right off the bat, but we click this and then it should, yeah, so we're not getting any mouse event fires there. We hit play and there we go, and everything looks good. And if I hit retry, we retry. So everything there is firing correctly. And let's also get rid of that console log. Okay. Excellent. I actually don't really have that much of a cough, just a little little rasp, I guess. I feel like I'm kind of clearing my throat. So now let's make sure everything goes back to normal here quick. Oh, no, I didn't take that part out. All right, so we can assume our show hide's working correctly for right now. The one thing I would like, well, one thing I'd like to build at some point is like, I've already got like my debug text stuff. So it'd be nice to maybe make some more use of that and have like the event, all the event listeners, or like the event listeners for a particular event, just kind of like print to the screen or something. Just so you can like see it dynamically updating in real time. Like, you know, the different So I could like really see that the event listeners go away, you know, when you hide the button or whatever. Just, I mean, obviously they are, but, and it seemed like our show is working and everything and adding them, but nonetheless. So, we're in our stat screen creator here. Let's get rid of this hide right away. In our quit, we'll get rid of that. Or on click for the quit button. So now I'm kind of thinking, one thing I'd also like to have is like animations and stuff happening with the main menu screen. And I don't just mean like the button animations, like those will be there because that's just my one button class. So for like any button, then when you hover over it, will expand, you know, 10% or whatever. So that's good. In fact, I think I have that in config right here. Nope. Stat button. It's like a hard-coded variable or something. Yeah, so I guess we could have another like method, like a main menu creator or something. Yeah, I'm kind of thinking of making the main menu object just basically like the same thing as this. The same thing as our stat screen object. So the main menu object would like always be there. And it would kind of be toggling, or I should just say like, maybe we'll make it maybe I'll call it just menu instead of main menu. And then, so I'll have this one menu object that has two buttons to start. You know, it'd be play and practice, right? Like this. Right now I have the 3, but it'd be like the play and practice buttons. You know, circle buttons like this. And they'd be like, just, their positions would just be like centered up, you know, in the screen, right? And looking nice. And then when you click one of them, either play or practice, you switch to like an in-game menu view. So there'd be like a third button that would be like the quit button. And that could become visible. So we could start with like the play practice buttons as being visible to start, and then when you click one of them, they like maybe animate out and then become invisible. And that way we can just have like this one main menu object that's just always there, and then just ready to, you know, just has a couple methods to like toggle between main menu view or like in-game menu view. I think that would be best. And that would be really nice and easy to manage. We wouldn't have any of the problems that we had with like we wouldn't have the problems where like you beat the game and then you wait for the animation to finish before you go to the game, the next part of the game. We just wouldn't have any of those issues. In fact, this is still an issue where I don't want, like, you can see, you can like still fire off the little cursor crash indicator there. Oops. When you're like after you've popped the last bubble. And that's kind of an issue about what I'm talking about kind of exactly, where there's sort of like this weird state between destructing things and and waiting for animations to finish. And if we just do one single main menu object that's just always there, then we don't need to worry about it. The main menu object, well, I'll just call it menu. Won't even call it main menu. It'll just be like a little property of our application. Just kind of global level, whatever. And then, you know, it'll get fired up just like this in the constructor, and then that's it. It's just going. I think that makes the most sense. So I'm just going to start by just make a copy of this. And I'm going to rename it to old for right now. I just want to keep it handy. So menu. Yeah, this menu right here is kind of generic. It's meant to just be something with elements, and then you extend menu and do something more specific with it. But we're not going to do that. We're kind of just going to get rid of all of this. We will have like specific buttons here. So we'll have like a specific this dot play button. We'll have a this dot practice button. We'll have a specific this dot quit button. And this will be like the in-game. So these ones will be like the main menu. And this will be like the in-game menu. In-game menu. So then we'll be like, we'll always be toggling between these two buttons and this button for the in-game. So let's just set up some you know what? Whoops, and super.destruct. Now, as far as the way this game goes, there's never going to be a destruct. This is never going to get called because you're never going to. This is just like a top level thing that's just always going to exist as long as the game's running. But nonetheless, I'm still going to have it. So play button, practice button, and quit button. And there might be some other buttons we want to add too, you know, like some sort of options button or something, or configuration thing or something. But there's nothing like that for right now, so we don't need to worry about that. But I'm thinking just right off the bat, I'm probably going to have like a creator. You know what? I just kind of got the idea. Like, what if I just did like a static create function? And that's probably what I could do for these stat screen creators and all that too. And then this could just return a new menu. That's probably what I should do. That'd be kind of a nice thing to do. And then I could just kind of hide it when I don't want to look at it. I think I'll do that. But anyway. Yeah, let's go with that for right now, with that method for this. So we're going to import button from button.js. Now, we're also going to need to import canvas wrapper from canvas wrapper.js. Yes. So what I think I'm going to do is do both a play and a practice button right now, but I'm just going to have them both do the same thing. I'm just going to have them both start the marathon practice mode. I'm going to slowly just phase out the other game modes that are behind these buttons right now. So we'll just have like a play and a practice button, and then you kind of pick one and then go. So let's set up let's set up let's just do some hard-coded buttons to start. So we are going to have const play button equals new button. And then we will also have well, let's just worry about play button for right now. So let's look at what I did to set up the play button before for this. So just copy this whole thing over for right now. All right, yeah, so we need a position, a size. So we're just going to do a default hard-coded position for right now. So that'll be an X of like 300, and we'll just do like a Y of 300 maybe. And then our size will be a radius of 100 for right now. Color. Actually, I'll just use this color for the retry button. New color. Oops. An on click. And some text. Do lowercase. Play, and then the font size. Retry button font ratio. That's kind of weird. Retry button font ratio. I guess that's the button size, the button. That really shouldn't be scaled off of the height of the screen. That should really come from the... So basically what I'm doing is I'm setting the font size of the buttons based upon the height of the screen. But really, the font size should be reliant upon the button. Actually, I don't know. So with circle buttons, I don't know what that should be. Yeah, I think I'm going to keep it scaled off the size of the screen. And then maybe figure out a better way to handle this in the future. But I'm going to take a quick break here and be back in a couple minutes. So don't go anywhere. All right, I'm back. A little quick snack. Some peanuts. I'll try not to crunch too loud into the mic. Okay, so why are we getting an error here? Oh, for that, right. Yeah, okay, now I remember what we were doing just now. It was yeah, what I was thinking was it'd be nice if the buttons scaled, if the button text scaled off of like the button size itself. Because what I was doing before was, what I was doing for these, or what's working for these right now, is the font scale is based upon the size of the screen. It's like completely independent of the button radius, right? And I think I should have those, I should have the font size piggyback off of the button radius rather than the so let's, oh man, now I broke everything, didn't I? Main menu. Oops. Let's see if I can not break all the old stuff here. Quick. Okay, nice. So it'd be nice if the font size would just be a number based upon the radius of the button and not off of the screen size. So I like this current ratio of button height to bubble size, to bubble radius. So what we can do is just do like another, we'll figure out what these values are right now and then just reverse engineer that percentage number to say our font size should be whatever percentage of the radius of the button. We'll say that instead. So what I want to do then is just print the whole button to the screen when we do this. So we'll just CLG retry button. So in here, once we fire up our stat screen, then we'll get a button. And we just want to look at, okay, so initial R. Oh, initial font size and initial R. Cool. Nice, so it's about half. Really? Really? Yeah, I guess that could be. Yeah, well, the font size, I guess, takes into account like the top of the T and everything. Oh, that's probably why the fonts seem a little like higher. They're like a little up above center of the button. I need to probably play around with the context baseline stuff to figure that out. Okay, so for now, I'm just looking at this sideways to see. Actually, they don't look too bad on center there like that. Yeah, that's good. All right, so we just need to divide the initial font size by the initial radius. And I'll just see if I can get like a nice like round value for that. So we've got the 50.4 over 107.1. That gives us about 0.47, 0.470-ish one. I'll just round down to 0.47. So let's do, to test that, I am going to comment these out and then do, oh, actually, this one we'll just leave because we can compare. So font size will actually be 0.47 of the radius. So it'll be 0.47 times, right? That's what we said in our calculator. Yeah, 0.47. So we're going to do 0.47 times the radius. Retry button R. And we'll see how this looks. Perfect. Yeah, and it looks basically this identical to this one, which is what we want. Because this one is still using the original ratio based upon the height of the screen. So now, the cool thing is we could scale this button up. So we could make the radius of the button we could scale the button up and just say times, you know, let's make it just 20% bigger. And the font scales with it, right? Whereas if we scale, let's even make it more dramatic. So let's make it 1.5. There we go. And the font scales with it nicely, right? Yeah, I don't like the way that looks, though. Something looks weird about it. Once again, the issues with like the fonts. Yeah, that doesn't look good. Like the font just looks bad. It looks squished. And if we scale, so let's scale the quit button up by 1.5 as well. The font stays the same small, but this one grew. You know what? This looks bad. Like this is just like an Arial thing. Like what if I open up a notepad with Arial? What was that? Retry. It just looks bad. The R and the Y are like touching. Why does it look like that? Because if I get rid of this and then these fonts go back down to their smaller size, well, it's still like touching, but it just looks better. I don't know. Then it's something else. It's not the R and the Y thing. I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy. That's also a possibility. Let's do, well, I think that's all right, the way we've got it right now. So we'll do, let's just do in config under button, instead of retry button font ratio, we're just going to have a font radius, font to radius ratio. And that'll be the 0.47. And then we'll use that just anywhere we use a button, anywhere we set up a button. In fact, I'm kind of thinking we just set that up in here. And we don't even pass in. We don't even pass in the, we just do config.button.font to radius ratio times so we just do it like that. And then we can get rid of we can get rid of setting this font size property at all. Params.font size doesn't exist anymore. Right. Am I doing the right thing here? Yeah, undefined. I must have blacked out the text accidentally. Yeah, I did. Just this one line I meant to take there. Font size. Yes. Okay, and then let's get that out of the config as well. We don't need those variables anymore. So retry button font ratio and quit button font ratio. We don't want those at all. So now we've got fonts that scale. Okay, looks good. Hey, I thought I got rid of that. So now we have fonts that scale nicely off of the radius of the button. So if we make our, if we scale this guy up, let's make it big time, 2x. So we make our retry button twice the size. Oh, that's kind of cool. I forgot that everything else here will work according to that. Oh, undefined V. Hey, that's me. Yep, that was you. It said your name, printed your name right there. Undefined V. Welcome to the chat. Thanks for hanging out. Retro, your system UI seems pretty in depth, or your system for UI seems pretty in depth. Actually, we basically just did it all on stream. Yes, the last stream. Cannot read property V of undefined. Yeah, there you go. Actually, I mean, it's pretty simple. It's not super complicated. There's all this kind of crazy setup and stuff that's happening for positioning everything on the stats screen. But other than that, I mean, I really just, to get like the button and everything working, it didn't take too much to combine basically kind of what I already had. Some of the kind of component, animations and circles and text and everything. Looks like you have Z indexing. Yes. Yeah, that part is, you were asking about the wrappers and stuff before, and that's another thing to do with the canvas wrapper. So basically, every drawable item on the screen, whether it's, which the primitives for that kind of are text, circles. I have text object. That's a drawable item. I have a rect for rectangle, a circle for circle, and then like an open path I have for like a line that could, just a straight line or like a squiggly line or whatever. A series of points, right? Like a line but connecting a series of points. Are you using the Canvas API or some third-party framework? Yes, I'm using the Canvas API. Good use of inheritance. Thanks. Yeah, it's so the drawable thing is a special kind of entity that I have, which drawables are entities, which means entities can listen to events. And a drawable has a special thing where it's got a draw function, right? So each of those individual rect, circle, text, open path, each of those have their own draw function, that draws them properly, uses the right Canvas context methods and everything like that, right? And then the z-index part, so the Canvas wrapper object then takes all of the draw functions. That's part of what a drawable does, is it passes its draw function to the Canvas wrapper. And then the Canvas wrapper sorts it based upon whatever the z-index is. And then whenever the Canvas wrapper is drawing, it just draws all of its draw methods in order. And then the z-indexes are just by whenever you add whenever you add a drawable method in, it sorts it into the correct order or whatever for that. Undefined V. Why web and JS for game development? No hate. I'm curious because I want to do it too. Just wondering your reasoning instead of something like an engine. Basically, like my familiarity with JavaScript and everything, just from like work and whatever. So I kind of toyed around with JavaScript and Canvas and everything, web browser for kind of game kind of stuff. And I realized it was kind of enough, at least for the type of game I'm building right now, right? So I already had some kind of practice with it. So when I decided to have, decided to really go forward with it, I kind of had already the stuff set up to go with web. Always a nice bonus to have your app run in the web. Yeah, that too. Exactly. But I have nothing against, using an engine or whatever, or using a desktop app or something. Retro, I think especially for a game you're making on Twitch, it is nice because it's a smaller ask to get viewers to try something in their browser versus downloading exe. Yeah, exactly that too. That's one of my main goals with this too, is to just have it like very simple. You go, once I have the public version running, you click a link, you're there. There's like one button to click, and then you're playing the game, right? Like, just super simple. Me personally, I wanted to start with like a very basic game. The first game I kind of released publicly, I wanted it to just be very basic. So, I mean, this game is, I don't know if you've really seen it, Undefined V, but it's a basic game where you like pop bubbles in order of their color. Let me make it a little more interesting here. Give myself 20 bubbles to pop. Whoops. So you just kind of you pop these bubbles as you go along the screen, along the side of the screen here. So my main things for me was like I wanted to be able to do something kind of from scratch and not use an engine. So I kind of already had the familiarity from using JavaScript and doing web browser development and stuff and everything. And I had a simple game that I just wanted to build. It wasn't too complicated. It wouldn't be too demanding that it would demand some sort of extra performance or whatever. Although you can do pretty amazing things with, like the 3D, WebGL and everything in the browser. And I also just, yeah, it was kind of like I knew I could program stuff in the web browser and just kind of, I just wanted to do some simple games, nothing too crazy. That being said, my plans after I push this game to a point where I want to do it, I might have another game. Might have another game where I use this kind of engine, the engine I've already made for this game. So another like web game. And then I might actually start switching over to like trying to build a game with C, the programming language C. So like an actual native game, desktop game. Undefined, I'm planning out a tower defense. I've used Unity and Unreal quite a bit. I just prefer the whole Scratch thing, from Scratch thing as well. Nice. Yeah, I mean, the thing I really like about from Scratch, I mean, people will say, well, why would you reinvent the wheel or whatever? I mean, you don't necessarily have to reinvent the wheel to make a game, I mean, the one thing that's really nice is, especially for a game that's really simple like this, is it's pretty simple. So just building the things you need to work and no more, no less. I mean, that's not super complicated, and that's from scratch, I mean, when you're using a browser, you're not building your own rendering. I'm not doing my own 2D rendering API or my own 2D rendering part or whatever. The rendering cell, the pixels themselves are, being rendered to the screen through the browser API. So I'm not doing a renderer or anything. But I think in my situation, I'm more interested in building the engine than the actual game. Yeah, then I encourage you to just go for it. Like if you're interested in that, then I would say totally do it, because it's way more rewarding to kind of know you're in control of every little aspect of what's going on. You're not Googling things constantly because it's your own engine. So it's like if something doesn't work, it's you. It's not some weird thing that you need to look up how to do. Like obviously you're working with some APIs that exist, but you'd have that building a desktop game too, because you'd need to interface with the Win32 API, in Windows and whatever else. I built a small 2D engine in pure Java many, many years ago. Java was a mistake. Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, if you're doing, and I assume when you're talking tower defense, you're probably talking 2D still. Thanks for the follow, Undefined. Appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, the other thing I would say too is go for, and I mean, you have some experience. You did a 2D engine many, many years ago, so I'm not going to talk to you like you're a beginner or something. But the one thing I would say is that supports kind of the from scratch thing is you just build the game, just build the game. Try not to focus too much on the engine, yeah, you want to have some reusable code and stuff for the future, but try to make your game. Don't try to make an engine that's trying to solve a million problems, or the 80%, 20%, trying to solve 80% of the problems or whatever. That's kind of what I'm doing. If I need a circle to draw on the screen, I do it, Retro MMO, making Unity from scratch in JS. LOL. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I would say just try to focus on building the game rather than, have fun making the game. Don't try to future-proof yourself or do all these things trying to think ahead. And I feel like you burn yourself out trying to think of all these edge cases and whatever. But That actually gave me a good idea. Oh, the Unity from scratch in JavaScript. Unity probably has it. Does Unity have like web? I know Unreal kind of had a web. Some sort of, you could build your game for the web or whatever, something like that. Pretty sure Unity does support HTML5 export. Gotcha. Yeah, I'd imagine by now they'd all support, those engines would support that stuff. If you wanted to make a browser game kind of thing. I played Game Jam Unity web games. Gotcha. Yeah, we're scaling the buttons off a percentage too here. So like this button, you know, it's like getting 10% bigger or something. So like this one, because it's way smaller, grows way less, but this one grows a lot bigger. I don't know how I feel about that. When you go back and forth, it feels kind of weird. What were we doing before? Well, I was just proving that we had I'm going to change this back to 4. Just proving that now our button text is scaling off of the button radius, which is what I think we want. So the next thing, well, right now we're working on our main menu. Our new main menu, which we're just calling menu now. So I'm just trying to get a button to draw to the screen right now for the menu, and then we'll clean things up from there. So actually, we want this same exact on-click for our play button to start a new marathon. Okay. Maybe it's time I just start writing C++ again and just see what happens. LOL. I'm just bored, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, that's my goal, is to go into doing a game in C at least. I've been kind of learning and studying. I did a stream last week in C/C++, we'll say, where I was doing a skybox. I was just kind of messing around with like a little skybox creator thing, a little program that just renders out 6 images to, you know, a cube texture skybox thing. So that was fun. Something that just like mapped kind of like the inside of a sphere out onto each of the 6 images. Did you get noticeably more or less viewers doing C versus JS? I got a lot of people that were like, not a lot of people. When I say a lot of people, it was like 2 or 3 people that like came into the chat with like specific C++ comments. So probably people that aren't looking at the JavaScript kind of stuff. Actually, I didn't. It wasn't a super. As far as like my stream numbers, I don't think it was any different. It definitely pulled in a couple, a few different viewers, but nothing too specific. Now interesting thing, I upload all my streams to YouTube, and because that stream was specifically about creating skyboxes, making skyboxes. So that might be, that's in the title of like my YouTube video. So there's a little more, you know, whereas all of my JavaScript game dev streams, I kind of just have up there for like archive kind of history kind of stuff. And those are there, but like my C/C++ Skybox Maker video stream, like still a stream video, like got way more, it has way more views than any of my JavaScript ones. So from a YouTube side, that's kind of interesting. I'll just plug my YouTube channel in there real quick. In the chat here. Oops. I don't have any commands set up. Retro, I got to do that. Any the bang commands, whatever. I got to do that. I got to do a lot of stuff. Discord, I got to do that. Set up some other stuff, whatever. But I have YouTube, well, for kind of the archive of my streams, but also with that Skybox video, my C Skybox video. IDK looks like the command worked for me. Yeah, because I pasted it like probably a second after you did that. I went and just grabbed it off of YouTube right now and pasted it in there. Oh, wait. Actually, is that like a built-in thing with Twitch? Because I think I have YouTube links set up like in my Twitch profile. That's interesting. I don't know if you're Retro. I don't know if you're talking, because I just pasted it after you did the bang YouTube command. Oh. Nice. Yeah, because all of those commands I have to do through like Streamlabs or something, right? You'll want nightbot.tv or something similar for commands. Okay. Oh, I guess I have to do some sort of, okay. Yeah, I guess there actually has to be somebody in some sort of bot that does it, right? That reads the chat and then pastes something back, I guess. Okay. All right. Well, yeah, I gotta look into that. But anyway. Yes. So yeah, we can get rid of these font size things now, which is nice. And I'm going to get rid of this retry button now. Whoops. So let's, for our menu, we'll take in a play button. This dot play button equals play button. Return new menu with the play button. Okay. So this should at least be getting us a play button right off. Whoops, let's do init. Oh, what in the world? Play button dot init, and then pass the play button. Oh, yeah, that's right. In the spirit of menu dot init, const menu equals new menu, menu dot init, and then we will return menu. Yeah. I didn't do that for the stat screen stuff before, so let's do that real quick. I did the button inits, but we should do const stats screen equals this line here. And then we return stats screen. Oh, and then we call init first. Oops. Stat screen dot init. How about that? There we go. All right, so, and then in application, I can get rid of this. Just make sure everything works there. Nice. Okay. That's cool. All right, let's go back to our menu here. All right, so this should all be good. So in the application, if we do let's see. All right, I need to import the new menu. Import menu from, oops, menu.js. Actually, we can probably just this dot menu equals new menu. Or we're gonna do menu dot create. There we go. Can I set font of null? Text JS 18, but from application to menu 24 button. Menu.js 24. That's weird. Cannot set property font of null. So that's for, oh, text.measure text. Okay. Canvas. Oh. Wait a minute. Which one is null here? Cannot set property font of null. Oh, the canvas context is null. This one is null. Now, application. Ooh, this is an interesting little problem. Where's our canvas wrapper? So we've got a little problem where Canv app. No, that should be good then. Text.js 18. Oh, the context is not set up yet? No, it should be. All right, let's go back to... All right, we've got a little issue where undefined, I need some food. I'll be back. No worries, man. Thanks for hanging out. Hope you get something pretty tasty. I've just been munching on some dry roasted peanuts. Hopefully I'm not crunching too close to the camera. So, sorry, that clap might have been a little too loud. So we've got an issue where, well, we have our application, right? This is the first thing that gets set up. It's a singleton object. So there's only one of them, and there only will ever be one application object. That gets set up in main, in our main.js, which is our entry point. Less claps, more ASMR peanut noises. There you go. Some soft chews. So the application imports the canvas wrapper, which is also a singleton object. Oh, that's the problem. Oh. All right. I'm not even going to talk about it anymore because that was kind of a dumb thing. I thought I had some deep philosophical problem. Okay, so we need to instantiate menu to null first. And then in this init, then we actually set it here. This dot menu equals menu.create. And these in-game, main menu, in-game menu, those are going to be going away soon. There we go. We got a play button. Nice. And when we play, event emitter is not defined. I guess I need to menu. There we go. We need to import event emitter up here. Right? Import. hit play. There we go. We start playing a game, but the play button doesn't hide yet. Cool. So at that point, I'd like to like animate the play button out or something. So we need a play. Yeah, let's actually scale this button up. Let's make it bigger. Well, no, wait a minute here. Yeah. We need to, okay, so this is kind of a little interesting little loop of events here. So this dot event listeners. So we've got our menu class, which is just basically a little controller for the buttons, the play button, the practice button, and the quit button, right? But what it will do is something special for these the play button. Basically, it's going to have to animate out. It's going to have to know when a game starts. So then it can hide the main menu buttons or like animate them off screen and then hide them, or, you know, whatever. The stuff we did a little earlier. And then it needs to like, that also needs to cue in bringing up the quit button to make that visible so that you can quit a game, right? So in other words, when you hit the play button, when you click the play button, we're going to emit the marathon started event. So then this needs to listen for that and then like animate stuff off. And before I get to like animations, whoops, I'm just going to do like, just make the button disappear instantly. But listener. Okay, so this event listener is going to be basically just hide the play button. This dot play button dot hide. Oh, I'm so used to clicking this button immediately, like muscle memory. But now we got our new play button. We click it, and it goes away. There we go. And then our game starts. So that's exactly what we want. That's pretty cool. But let's make it a little more, well, yeah, actually, this is starting to become more straightforward than, even more straightforward than I was initially anticipating, which is good. So we're going to have a play button. We're going to have a practice button. So this will be practice. And then for right now, they're just going to fire the same. Because right now I don't have for this new game mode, I don't have a differentiation. I'm not differentiating between playing online and practicing. Which is fine. Whoa, that looked kind of cool there. It like, oh. Hi, Jesus. What are you working on right now? I'm working on a game. Well, thanks for that comment, but no, I'm not our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. I'm working on a game right now. Well, I'm working on just kind of like the menu system right now for this game, but I'll give you a little mini demo. So it's just kind of a stupid, simple little skill game where you move your mouse around, right? And you have to pop these bubbles in the order that they appear from here. So like blue's first, then I pop yellow, then brown, right? So as I pop blue, the stuff kind of shifts around and changes, right? So you just kind of, and yes, the colors are very similar, and I need to fix the colors and that sort of thing to make them more distinct, but basically just a little simple game like that. And the idea is you go pretty fast, right? Like you know, kind of just be playing, trying to go as fast as you can, popping all these bubbles. And it's supposed to be a competitive game, so it's kind of a one-on-one, like race kind of scenario. But yeah, that's basically all there is to it right now. And I've got some basic stats at the end of the game right now. But I'm currently just working on the menu flow and everything, and buttons and that sort of thing. To be honest, a cool feature can be the difficulty based on color difference. Yeah, they could be all shades of orange, and that's hard mode. I'm actually kind of going for the opposite of that. I'm kind of going for like more distinct, like so that the friction really is just you, like your speed, like I mean, you could have something like that, but honestly, the color differentiate when you're playing the game and you get two similar colors, it's actually just more frustrating than anything. Just make the circles the same color as the background. Oh, like they'd be all invisible, you're saying? Whoops. Like these would just be the white instead. Or are you saying, oh yeah, and it's just like hidden, you have to find them? Yeah. Not a serious idea. I got you. Let me change this back to 4, so we only have to pop 4 bubbles. Hey, that does, for some reason, like when I refresh that, it like shrinks in. All right, I need to fix, I don't want the retry button to be big like this anymore. I should go back and change that. Where are we going here? Yeah, I've got a 2x in here. There we go. Yes, okay, so our retry quit buttons are back to the way they were. Yeah, so now I need to do something with the quit. Well, I don't need to do it this second, but we need to have something to say quit to go back back to the main menu to somehow trigger that. It'd be some sort of event thing going on. I'd have to fire a specific event, I guess. So we've got our play button. We should have a practice button now. Practice. We're not initializing it. But we can right there. And then the color for that, let's just use like the same color we had for our retry quit buttons. Which is in here. Just take this quit button color. Just for right now. I don't actually know how I feel about that. Play and practice right over top of each other. How about that? That looks about right. Let's make this one a lot bigger. Let's make this one like a little smaller. 175, how about? And I'll move this to, what I'll do first is I'll just do these hard-coded, these nasty hard-coded values to figure out where I want stuff to be. Because obviously just doing hard-coded pixel positions for our buttons and everything doesn't, if we resize the screen or like, you know, any of that stuff that, you know, that it breaks. So we need to fix those eventually, or make those be dynamically, these hard-coded pixel values be dynamically calculating. But for right now, I think I want to position everything hard-coded wise. I didn't change the position yet. All right, 3. Let's just do 500 and or 600 and 600, just to see how that looks. Actually, that might be, yeah, that's a little more what we're looking for here. Play, practice. I think I want this one to be a little smaller. So let's make this like 150. All right, I think they're both too big relative to the size of the screen. I'm going relative to this size of the screen. I want to kind of position these about what I want them to be at. What I want them to kind of be at more or less for like the scale of the actual window. And then what I'll do is I'll kind of reverse, take their radii of the buttons with the height of the screen, and then I can calculate like my percentages that I want, because I want to just line them up by eye first to what I kind of think they should look, how good I think they look or whatever. Then we will just take those numbers of what they look like and get the percentages of that, like the percentage radius of the height of the screen. And then that way we can just, whatever the height of the screen is, then we just take that percentage and multiply it to get the actual pixel value, right? One thing I don't like is how big practice is in this bubble. Like the bubble should be bigger, like this. Not quite. Yeah, that doesn't look good. Like our bubble needs to be bigger than the text. And I literally just added this. Kitty, hello. Hi. I saw you just texted me. Oh. All right. So let's, yeah, I literally just undid what would have made this work before. Because I basically don't like how big practice is and fills up this whole thing here. Andrelamus, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Yeah, so I'm gonna have to undo this thing here to make that better. Or now I have to kind of figure out some way to like actually make this work. But despite that, let's at least get the sizes of the bubbles lined up to kind of what I want for the main menu. And I kind of like this like offset, you know, like their axes are offset from each other. I kind of like that. But let's line them up and then see where we see what we end up with here. So this one's at 300, 300. It would probably look better if it maybe was like, let's print, actually, let's CLG canvas dot width and canvas context canvas dot height. Oh, forgot a property in there. CTX, and I'm importing. Wait, canvas wrapper. Oh, I said canvas context. Canvas wrapper. Let's try that instead. Okay, so now we're printing the size of the screen. I'm going to hit the bathroom real quick. Be right back. Don't go anywhere. We've got exciting things coming up. Not really, but I'd appreciate it if you stuck around. So. And we're back. Oops. All right. So we're back to lining these up a little more the way we want here. Let me get this. Let me dial the sizes in a little better here. So let's try 150 and a 100 radii for these. Play, practice, play, practice. I kind of like this size relative to the screen. Relative to like our screen size right now. I like that. This, I kind of like this one too. So let's just move these over more. I'm trying to think of how. Let's center them up, but then kind of have them offset like this, like on an angle. So rather than like side by side or whatever, we'll have like a play, practice. So let's do what are we at? 1339 wide right now. So let's do half of 1339. And then we'll do minus let's do 600. Let's do 600. Maybe like 550y. Whoops. 550y for this one. Oh, not 550y. 550x. That. Maybe just like a hair more offset. Maybe 500. And then this one needs to come over a bit. So maybe like, let's just do 650. Let's just see what this looks like. 650. I kind of like that angle. Maybe 675 maybe. Yeah, I kind of like this. I kind of like these relative sizes here. Yeah, I think the vertical positioning of them is just like a little too high, maybe a little too tall. Like the distance between here and here. You know what? Actually, maybe I could just do this. Maybe I could just do, instead of lining them up, side by side, I could just like pick a number, pick like a distance, and like an X and a Y, which would just be like an X and a Y. Or not a distance, but maybe I could have like an offset X and Y, like relative to each other. And I can pick that. And then I could use that to then, so I could come up with some value to say this one is going to be Y and X away from this one, kind of. And then basically then do my centering and everything based upon that number. Because that number would tell me how far, like what the very bottom edge of this one would be, what the very top edge of this one would be, what the very left side edge of this would be, the very right side edge. And when I know that, then I can center them up together. So I should create their relative position, like their relationship to each other. Then when that gets converted to pixels, then it could kind of center everything based on that. So, well, let's take, I like the circle sizes relative to each other, relative to the size of the screen. So let's take those and then divide them by, let's take these radii, divide them by the real screen pixel coordinates, and then we'll have our like multiplier that we want. So we have, okay, so for the radii, we are going to have I'm going to do it by the height of the screen. So 900. So we've got, what was the radius of this first one? The play button is 150, so 150 divided by 900. Okay. I feel like this number is something else. I'll just keep 150 over 900 then. That'll be our config. So let's, for the config, we'll do a menu. Let's put that up here. This dot menu, and then this will be play button size ratio, play button ratio. Play button R ratio, I should call it. That's going to equal 150 over 900. And then the practice button R ratio is going to be, what is this, like 100? 100 over 900, which 1 divided by, you know what? Why am I doing these ridiculous? 150 divided by 900. I don't need to do this ridiculously long. I'm just going to do 0.167. I'm not going to do this stupid calculated on the fly thing. We're going to do that, and 100 over 900, or 1 over 9, would just be 0.111. We'll leave it like that. I like it. So then let's calculate. Actually. All right. I don't want to test that. Well, let's just test it. Okay. So now we're using no, we are not using those values. We are still using our hard-coded things. Okay. I almost just lied to everyone. All right, so we're going to import our config file from config.js. And this one is going to be config dot menu. Yes, menu dot play button radius ratio times canvas wrapper dot canvas dot ctx dot canvas dot height. There we go. And then this is going to be the same thing for this one, except practice button. It will be the practice button. There we go. So those look pretty good. Once again, the text, I don't like how, we have kind of this nice amount of space on the sides for play button here, but practice, since it's like a longer word, it, has a way less on the side. I don't like that. So I'd like the practice text to just be smaller, or maybe reconfigure things a little bit to kind of figure out how that would look a little better. Because that just looks awkward to me. Like there's just the text going out to it's just not, these margin sizes are not very good. Retro, lunch break time. See you in a bit if you're still streaming. Thanks. Yeah, we'll catch you. I should be here another couple more hours maybe. So, yeah. Thanks for hanging out, though. Appreciate it, as always. Hope you have a good lunch. All right, so Did I do the same? Forgot to hide that one now. Let's do that right now. This dot practice button dot hide. So if I hit what? Cannot read property hide of undefined. Oh. Let's try that now. There we go. Looks good. All right. Yeah, those are working nicely. So I'm almost out of Waterloo. I am out of Waterloo. This is the only good, like, I like seltzer or sparkling water, whatever. And this is like the black cherry flavor. You know, there's like black cherry of all the different seltzer, sparkling water brands, whatever. But this is the only one that really has a nice. I should say it's the best one. It's the best black cherry flavor. Austin, Texas. Okay. All right, so I need to figure out. I'm using both radii now, right? Or ratios. There we go. Okay. We're using those. Those are good. But we need to figure out. So like I like the relative their positions relative to each other, right? Or like the sizing and positioning relative to each other. So I need. Oh, my stomach's making noise. So I'm trying to think of like what would be the best way to represent like this offset. So maybe it could just be, maybe what I should do is like figure out what the distance in like height is from these. Actually, you know what? Let's do some GIMP magic here. So fire up GIMP. I'm going to screenshot this. Oops. We're going to open GIMP here, and I kind of want to measure, like, it doesn't have to be exact, but we just want to ballpark, like, the center of each of these circles. And then a second here. So this would be, this rectangle kind of represents more or less the distance between these 2 points, like the offset that this button should be off of this one, right? The Y and X. So we've got a rectangle that is 178 by 306 pixels. So what we could do is just convert that down to we divide those by our 900 pixels, which should be the height of our screen right now. And that would give us like a nice, like, just relative position with each of these to each other. So what do we got here? We got 178 by 306. So we got 178 wide by 306 tall, right? I'm looking at the right thing. I'm not looking at position. That's size. Yes. Okay. So like our offset ratio, offset multiplier, I don't know. This should be 178 divided by 900. 178 times 178 divided by 900. Okay. So we'll do 1.7. We'll do 1.98, I guess. So let me. Let's see. I don't know what we'll call button offset. I guess we'll say button offset X ratio. And then what was it? Point what? 0.198. Just round up. We don't have to be exact, but I just want the ballpark to be close. And then we'll have a offset Y ratio, or multiplier ratio or something. I don't know what. It's more of a multiplier. Yeah, I'm gonna call it multiplier, because this is supposed to be ratio of canvas play button to canvas size, but this is supposed to be this. I'm gonna name these multipliers. Okay, so we got 0.198, and the other one in GIMP we have a 306 wide. So 306 divided by 900. 0.34, I like that. Then we have 0.34 for the Y offset. So this way we'll be able to tell, okay, so we don't need GIMP anymore. This way we'll have sort of the relative positions of each of these that will scale with the size of the screen when the screen size changes. So this would give us okay. So we'll go back to the menu object here. So up here we'll have offset prac offset X is going to equal, we'll do canvas wrapper dot ctx dot canvas dot height times actually we'll do, well, that is a ratio. I don't know why I called those mults before. Config dot menu dot config dot menu dot button offset X mult. And then we'll have the Y. It's the same thing times this Y multiplier. So this will give us our pixel values of what these differences should be, right? So we've got our radius converted into pixels from this. And actually, I'm going to need to put these into variables. We're going to need to do const play button R. And then we are going to need a practice button R. Because we're going to need to use these values for some other things. Practice. I should just call this prac button R. In fact, I can leave that as practice button, but it'd be nice to just keep prac button to keep lining things up here. So then play button R we use there, prac button R we use here, because we're going to need to use these for the actual sizing of things on the screen. So we've got these offsets now, which is good. And I guess these can be up here. So the positioning then of these is going to need to be, we're going to need to create like a rectangle that encapsulates this entire region, right? So we're going to take the play button, and when it's not expanded from the hovering. So we're going to need to take the play button. We're going to need to come up with two variables. That'll be width and height. I'll just call them width and height for right now. So it'll be, the width will be the radius of this button plus our offset X plus the radius of this button, of the practice button. Because that offset X is the distance between the centers of these two buttons, right? On the X, along the X, right, axis. So radius of this plus that X offset plus the radius of this. And the height's going to be the same thing. So width is going to equal play button R plus prac offset X plus prac button R. And then literally the same exact thing, just with the Y. Yeah. So that gives us, these now our width and height variables would have kind of this bounding box around both of these, a box that represents that. So from there, what we can do is center that box. We can center the box. In other words, that would be this topmost pixel. We'd come up with I'm just going to call this like bound box width. And we'll have bound box height. Just because it's not really it's a bounding box, but I'm just going to use bound box. And then we'll have bound const bound box pose, or maybe we should just do bound box X. Bound box pose X, I guess, is better. So that would give us like, what we're going to do then is like center, find like the point that would represent like this radius, plus the offset of our buttons plus the radius of this button, basically, like that bounding box. And then it's going to center it in the center of the screen. So I'm going to use the width, the canvas width and height to center it in the figure out how to center that bounding box in the screen, in the center of the screen. So bound box pose X is going to be the width, simply going to be half of our canvas width, canvas wrapper dot ctx dot canvas dot width, half of that minus half of the bound box width. Oh, whoa, whoa. I deleted everything. Not really, we're all right. Okay, so same thing with the Y, except this will be height. And bound box height will be the variable. Oh. All right, so then the play button position, the play and practice button positions will just be some sort of offset, another offset of this bounding box position. So it will be, actually I can probably just do like some variables here, like, because there'll be a little bit of reuse. So bound box, we'll have play button, we'll call this one play button X is going to equal bound box pose X plus plus the play button radius. Because basically our bound box is going to be this point here, and the X value of this button is just going to be its own radius off of that, right? Because this will be like that dead center there. So this will just be its own radius off of that, whatever. So that's good. And play button Y is going to equal same thing, just with Y instead. So then here we can have X that is play button X and play button Y. All right, so that squares us away with the play button. Now the practice button is going to be the play button X plus the offset X and, the play button positions plus this offset X and Y. Oh, and that should be it. That should be all we need then. So we do play button X plus prac offset X. And then play button Y plus prac offset Y. Cool. Let's see how it looks. There we go. So now they're centered up on screen. They look all right. I don't have dynamic resizing on. That's another thing we have to fix. But if I shrink the screen here and refresh, they should be nice and small. And they're still into the center of the screen. And they reposition and everything. We make it really big. We go full screen. We got these big buttons here. Play, practice. It looks pretty good. So I like kind of keeping it a little smaller here. And keeping the console open. Console. There we go. There we go. Whoops. Maybe a little smaller there. Nice. Okay, so that is exactly what I want. That looks good. The one thing I don't like is how big the practice text is and filling the width of that thing, whatever. So I kind of thought of a little side idea to get around that. Because we literally, just before we started working on these buttons, we added in the text. we added in that the text scales just off of the button radius, right? So the size of the text is purely just based upon whatever the radius of the button is, right? So like if these two were the same size, you know, the text would be the same radius, like the radius of these buttons. If they were the same, then then the text would be the exact same as well, right? But we kind of don't want that in every case. Because like in this case, it looks ugly because practice is just a long word. You know, like if I make the text like practice, blah, blah, the text is just going to spill over the button, right? Like there's no, the button, the circle, the radius of the button is not bound to the, bound to the text width, right? Which is good. I don't really want that right now. I don't need that right now, I should say. Like, if I get to some point where I need that, or, you know, then maybe, but I don't really care about that. I'm not trying to build a super robust, like, UI system. I'm just trying to, you know, because, like, this is the HTML buttons that we were using before, right? And that just part of the HTML spec is like the button width and everything just is scaled off of the text, right? You know, so there's some sort of padding on the sides of the buttons. And that's kind of what I want, is like to figure out a padding that I want to use for these. So what... You know, whereas if it just said prac, you know, then it looks like better. It looks better, right? Just because we've got now some nice like padding on the sides of the text to the edge of the button, right? So what I think I'm going to do is, if you recall before, we had a font size property we were passing, and we were calculating the initial font size right here. But then I got rid of that in favor of this new way that just calculates the size of the font off of the radius of the button. The pixel radius size of the button, right? It's just a certain multiplier, percentage, ratio, whatever. But I don't want that. Basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a little if in the button class, where if I supply a font size, then use that font size and don't do the default behavior. Like, I like the way the play button works, so we're going to keep it. But the practice button just needs to be overridden manually here. So we're going to do font size. And I'm going to need to put the... Let's try this. Well, first of all, let's do something like this. I'm going to say font size 10, which doesn't do anything right now. But if we go into the button class, sorry, not bubble, and we do, yes. So what I'm going to do is kind of break this out into a nice little multi-line thing here. So we replaced that original thing in favor of this thing. So we've got like a button font to radius ratio thing number, and that's what scale, and then we multiply that by the radius of our button. And then that gives us our nice scaled font size, right? Based upon the radius of the button, which is what we want. 75% of the time. We'll say 75% of the time, because I have like 4 buttons and 3 of them should behave that way. So I like that. But what we're going to do is a little ternary magic, where we're going to say the size should equal params dot font size if params.fontSize, use params.fontSize, else, then do this our little nice calculation, right? So that way I can just optionally pass in a font size property. And what I already did that because we did menu, we're passing in font size 10. So if we refresh this, because this is a much bigger font size, this is 20 something, 24 or something. So now we should see prac be kind of small when we refresh. Very small. Oh, that wouldn't have been size 24. That would have been something a lot bigger. Well, there we go. We got practice a lot smaller. So now, now I want to dial in like a value that looks good. Let's try 24. I didn't want to do that. I'm so used to clicking one of these buttons immediately after refreshing. Let's try something slightly bigger. Let's try something actually a little bigger than slightly bigger. Play, practice. Let's go back to 24. Let's go 25. Let's go to 25, but then let's make this bubble, like let's scale this bubble up a little more here. Menu. Practice button ratio. Let's just save this old one because I went off of this one visually, but let's just scale this up. So this one is 1.67. This one's, well, let's just make this 1.2. Okay, and then let's go 30 on this. Play, practice, play, practice. Actually, that doesn't look too bad. Whoops. No. Did I lose it? Okay. All right, I forgot. I'm not actually calculating that now off of... Just trying to eyeball this to see how we're looking here. I'm gonna grab another one of these Waterloos quick. Be right back. All right. I'm back. Oh, You know what? I think I kind of like this for right now. Like, I feel like it's good enough. And we don't need to spend too much time figuring other stuff out. Because while I stare at this, I start micro managing everything. Oh, okay. So let's get the practice text size. I mean, I think this is good enough. I feel like there's not too much we need to do. Man, that wobbly text just bothers me. Like, it ruins the whole thing. Yeah, I got to do something about that wobbly text. I'll have to think hard about it while I'm on the John or something. All right. So let's get our practice. Let's get our practice text looking good. Or, well, it looks good, but we got to variabilize it now, or figure out what its ratio thing should be rather than whatever I'm doing right now. So this needs to be, or do this off the height of the screen. So 765 is our current height, and we did like a 30-point font right now. So we we'll do 30 over, what is it, 765? All right. So 30 divided by 765, 0.39. We'll leave it at that, or 0.039. So we will call this, yeah, so we'll have just a special little value for we'll have practice button font ratio 0.039, right? Is that what I had on here? 0.0392, yeah. 0.0039. And then in the, so then in our menu create function here, method, create method, we'll have canvas wrapper.height font size, canvas wrapper.height times, nope, no, put the config value on the other side here. So config dot menu dot practice button font ratio times that. All right, so now we refresh, we're looking good. So when we scale it up, now everything should scale. The buttons, the font. Yeah, there we go. Not bad. Not bad. Yeah, seriously, like that font scaling like that. If you can see that, like the jitteriness of the font getting scaled up and everything. Like that makes the whole animation of this just look jittery. So I think I really am going to have to fix that. I was complaining about that on the last stream. And I think it's just because I'm using font point sizes. So whatever, you know, the rendering of the font through its size and point and everything is happening. So like there's just like slight different things that happen with the font probably from its different sizes, and then or the renderer just does something weird, so that changing text slowly like that just looks bad. So the one thing I was thinking of doing is like rendering the text at like a really high font size and then just scaling it down as like rendering it as like a bitmap. Maybe trying to do that somehow with the Canvas API, render it to like a bitmap, and then scale it down, scale it to a size based upon that. Or I could even do that myself with like some images. Just have some transparent PNGs that have the text written out and then do that. I mean, that wouldn't let it be dynamic at all. Because basically what I could have it do is like render these buttons on the fly just to like bitmaps and then just like scale them down. You know, could do like a really bigger font size scaled up, and then it would render it to a bitmap, and then hopefully just scale the bitmap down to fit the button. And then whenever you do like the hover thing here, it would just scale the bitmap. You know, just do whatever texture filtering it's doing, probably in the background with 3D API, you know, GPU stuff. And then it would kind of scale the font. It would scale just a bitmap of the text. And I think that would look a lot better. Well, for sure it wouldn't. Yeah, then you wouldn't have any of these issues that we're having right here, where it kind of like just jitters a little bit. And maybe it's like more noticeable when it's smaller. And you still kind of see it. Yeah, like if you look at the edge of the button when I move on to it, the animation is just very smooth. But then if you look at the text, you notice the text jitters a little. But that makes just this whole thing feel bad. It makes the whole thing feel a little jittery. So that is something I'd like to fix. But not right now. The other thing I kind of want to have at this, so like this is good enough for just like the main menu right now, but I'd like to also have like the title of the game, maybe like diagonal slantwise here or something. TraceRacer or whatever. The game's not going to be called TraceRacer anymore because that part of the game is kind of gone, but it would be like the title of the game could be like here, and then it would maybe center up that whole thing a little better. So I need to set up some stuff to do some text rotation and everything. But we'll get to that. We'll get to that a little later. First, I have to kind of come up with a title for the game too, to be able to do that. But for right now, we've got the functionality, and that's all we really want. I also want to get the quit button going. So the quit button is like the in-game, I should say the in-game menu button. So like when we actually play the game. Oh, well. When we're in the game right now, we should have like a quit button or something visible, right? And I was kind of thinking of maybe doing like a quarter circle up here at the top. And then you swipe in and then you click it. And then then you could quit to go back to the game, to the normal game from there. Well, actually, at this point, I should just get rid of this old menu for right now because we don't really need it anymore. So let's get rid of the old menu. Good riddance. Good riddance. We'll get rid of that. You know what? Now I'm starting to think maybe these aren't, I don't know. I've been staring at this for too long now, so anyway. All right, we don't really need the. Actually, I'm gonna keep this little print here for the time being because that's kind of nice to have. Let's get rid of the old menu. We don't need that. So application. I'm just gonna comment the lines out for this second. So main menu, in-game menu. Main menu.init, in-game menu.init. All right, so we no longer have any menu up there anymore. I like it. I like it. It's looking pretty good. Quit doesn't do anything yet, but quit would take us back to the main menu. So now I kind of need to set up like methods for there be an in-game menu, quit. Ooh, that should also go away when you're at the start screen because then from here you'd just go to quit. You know what? Maybe there should be like a retry. I'm thinking. Because I don't want, when you get to the stats page, I don't want there to be like a quit button still stuck up here. But now that just made me think maybe I want like a retry and a quit button. Because like if you were practicing, well, maybe only for practicing you would want that. Because like if you were going to go for, maybe for the practice, you could like, and depending on where the game goes in the future. Yeah. You know, like maybe you'd be like dialing in your stats or something, or like you'd be trying to go for like more pops per second or something like that, right? You'd want to like practice that. So it would be nice to like, it'd be nice to like, if you messed up right away, like you messed up a bunch, maybe you could go and do retry or something and then start the game over. But yeah, actually it's not that big of a deal to leave that out for right now. I don't think we need to have any sort of retry button or retry thing in the menu. We'll just have like a quit. So let's do let's work on just getting our quit button, but for up here during in-game, the in-game section here. So in our menu, all right, I'm gonna get rid of in-game menu and main menu. And menu old. I don't really care about those. Actually, no, I'm gonna reference those. Main menu and in-game menu. So we want to have we're going to have a const quit button. And this one, okay, let's just leave it up here for right now. So I'm just thinking of this, you know, we could always instantiate the quit button up at 0, 0 in the top corner, and the radius, just make it 100. The color will be red. On click will be something else. Text will just be quit, but the positioning of the text will be different. Right, so if we do this, now we have a quit button. Doesn't do anything, but it's a button that says quit. But I was thinking if maybe once you started the game, maybe that was like there in the corner. And like that was your way to like go and say quit. Or does that look kind of dumb or weird? Actually, I don't like the color being like just kind of there really bright in your face. I don't really like that. Because at this point in time, I'm trying to think about not just functionality, but also like the good graphics, nice graphics, nice design, you know? Like I don't want to just have something that looks bad, but is, you know, perfectly functional. You know, like this, like I'm working my way towards kind of a, you know, what the production build game will look like, you know? Even just a rough pre-alpha build of the game, it'll still, you know, look relatively nice, have nice animations, have nice colors, have nice things in right positions, you know. Got a few more peanuts here. Zach D, sup nerds? What's going on? Good to see you in the chat. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. You didn't answer my text. Oh. Yes. I'll have to yeah, 1 second here. This is Waterloo. Black cherry sparkling water. Sorry, Zach D sent me a text message, and yeah, he asked if I was drinking beer, but it's sparkling water. I'll get back to you, Zach. I have to talk to Becca first on that. So, so my initial, what I'm kind of thinking about right now, is this initial quit button doesn't look, well, I kind of thought like, oh, let's just have like a quarter circle up in the corner, right? Well, it's a full circle, but you only see a quarter of it. It's like, oh, let's just have it like that, and then you see like quit. Obviously, the quit text is centered up right now, and it should be like down here. But you would see that, and then you could, I mean, right from within a game, you could quit. But I don't know if I like yeah, it's like I don't know if I like how that looks. I mean, the red is really bright, and it's just in the corner of your eye the whole time you're playing the game and trying to look at the real colors. It's just kind of annoying to have that bright color quit. You know, like here is fine when you're on the menu, whatever. But, or when you're on the stats page, but having that in, or the main menu version here, play practice, you know, it's kind of nice. Although I might tone down this red a little bit. But I'm kind of trying to think, like, do I want to have something like less annoying, or maybe like I don't know. Let's just see what it looks like. Let me see if I can like get this text moved over to the bottom quadrant here, our quit text. That won't really work super well because of what if I make this like 150? It's a lot bigger. Yeah, I feel like that's just kind of annoying. Go back to 100. And now I'm trying to think of how I can override the text positioning, because right now everything was set up nicely to have the text get centered up in the center of the button, right? But I'm starting to think if maybe we're going to have Yeah, how easy will it be for me to just move this text over here and preserve like all the logic to keep these buttons in the center? I guess let's see. Yeah, so here right off the bat, we are doing this .text.pose, params, xpose y, blah, 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 blah. We're centering everything up. Maybe I can do something like I did here with the ternary operator here, where we override, we pass a parameter, and then if that parameter is undefined, then it'll do this. So we could pass text. Maybe we could pass another like text. We could have params.textPose, and then do that exact, do this kind of exact thing with the ternary operator. Do that, or pass in text pose, or calculate the text off the center of the button. And we could just say, I think we'll do that. And we could just say, I don't know what I was going to say. This .text.pose equals, would equal params text, text pose, right? If params text pose is defined, then we use params text pose, else we use this one. Okay. Yeah, I like that. It's not bad. So now we need to create a text pose thing in our menu for this. So here we'd have text pose be something, right? And I guess maybe we could just do so this text pose, actually, this isn't going to be too bad. I want to center it up. Well, we can't just center it up based on, Let's just try centering it up in the quadrant in this. Oh. This is going to be a pain because like the animation. Oh, you know what? Actually, that should be fine. All right. Never mind. We'll have okay. We're going to take, ooh. Oh. Got a little chicken or the egg situation here. So the text that comes in, maybe, yeah, because what I'm thinking of doing is I just made it so that if you pass a text position, like normally the position of the text on the button is calculated based upon the radius of the button, right? So whatever the radius of our button is, we calculate the size and the position of the text inside of the button, right? Because the text 0, 0 position is up here, right? So that value has to be like, oh, we'll take the width of the text minus half of the width, the radius, blah, 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 blah. And then we have our text position, which is like here, right? Relative to the circle. And then when you animate, you recalculate it every time, every little animation step in between there when it's animating and growing, right? But my little chicken or the egg problem is text. So I have the constructor for the button. I pass this text pose property, and that says I want to set the text pose myself. Oh, actually, let's hard code that quick. So hold that thought. We're going to do 60/60. No, 20/20. This is not going to look right at all, but there we go. So that's working, except it breaks when we do the animation. Oh, I forgot about that. The animation kicks in and resets everything. So it looks good initially. Well, it doesn't look good, but the text is bad and off-centered and the wrong size. But when you hover, then it goes back to the middle of the circle. Because the animation, when the animation kicks in, it sets the position to that center position and goes off of that, whatever. It animates to it. If you see the quit like flies into the middle, kind of. Does it? Maybe not. Maybe I'm just seeing things. Yeah, I'm probably just seeing things. I'm all out of peanuts. I'm actually not that mad. Did I look mad? All right. The more I do, hit that play button. Danny1347. Hey, thanks for hanging out. Yeah, I'll show you the game here. Yeah, the play button is just beckoning you, right? Just sitting here, like, click me. Yeah, I'll give you a quick little demo of the game here. Let's see what we got. I've just got some simple stuff for testing things configured right now, but now we hit the play button. Oh, so this game is just kind of a little skill game where I'm popping these bubbles. So like I'm hovering over with my mouse and then pressing the space bar, and then that's you have to pop the bubbles in order of the colors that you see here, right? So I pop this dark one, and now this whatever colored one. So the idea is it's just supposed to be a skill game where you're just kind of playing really fast, right? So I just have it set right now to just 20 bubbles, so I just have to pop 20 and then I win. And this game's supposed to be kind of competitive. So you kind of you race one-on-one against another player. I just have it all set up for doing just a practice single player mode right now. I will be getting to more of the multiplayer stuff a little later. But yeah, and then once you play, you see some stats and stuff here, how many bubbles were popped. So I just had it set to do 20, so it ends after 20, and then the number of seconds it took, how many pops per second you had. That's kind of a cool number to see as you play. And then the number of mistakes you made, whether you popped the wrong bubble. The mistakes are if you hit like crash outside of the boundary here. You see that little red ring that goes, that's kind of saying you made a mistake. Or if you like just try to pop random space or you pop the wrong bubble, that's a mistake. So, I just made a bunch of mistakes there. So, well, yeah, now we have 7 mistakes, but Danny1347, cool idea. Thanks. Appreciate that. Appreciate the nice comments. Yeah, right now I'm just working on like menu stuff, kind of main menu, game menu, buttons and stuff like that to get around. And I'm trying to come up with a good quit button for during the middle of the game, so that while you're playing, you can have like a quit button to hit. And I'm just trying to figure out how I want it to behave and look. Oh, I forgot to get rid of that before. Oh, there we go. The one thing I'm thinking too is maybe we don't use the quit text. Maybe we just use like a little X symbol, you know, kind of the universal X for close kind of thing. And another thing to factor in is like, do we want to have like a confirmation? Are you sure you want to quit? But I don't want to worry about that for right now. I mean, it's not really worth putting time and effort into at this point in time. But yeah, maybe we just and I'd like to get rid of the color, I think, too. Like maybe we give the ability to just do like an outline button only. Or maybe we make this like gray or something. Like let's make it gray instead of red. Some middle tone shade of gray. Let's just try 127, 127, 127. And is that kind of... Yeah, that's not bad. It's just not obnoxious like the red. And you can still see white on that pretty good. Pretty well, I should say. Let's just try 200. Oh, that might be too much. Let's try 150. Yeah, 200 would have been pretty... 200, 200, 200 would have been pretty white. That's a little brighter there, I guess. 175. 175. 175. Not bad. Yeah, it'd be nice to have like an X maybe. What is our... Let's just try a font, an Arial X here. Got capital Z, capital X. What does that look like? Yeah, something like that. I mean, that looks bad, but maybe a lowercase x. I don't know. I don't know here. Maybe just having some sort of line X's that cross would be nice. But that would... That'd require a bunch of work. Danny, X... Is that an emoji? Oops. Is that an emoji X there? No, it's not. It's some other Unicode X. Let's see what we got. Nice. There you go. All right, Danny, you're in. You're one of the cool kids. That actually might be, and look at that. It kind of centers up almost nicely there with the well, obviously this is all bad, but yeah, that's better than doing the lines. I didn't even think about that. X is this? How can I view the... I'd have to put it in a put it in a hex editor or something to see this. All right, let's try that. So we've got, thanks Danny, I appreciate that. Hex U2716. Gotcha, the Unicode one, okay. Yeah, I'm thinking hard here about what I want. Yeah, because I mean, I kind of like this. I kind of like keeping this. Yeah, I think we can roll with it. The one thing is we need to do, well, okay. So let's just try to get this, now that we've got an X, let's see if I can get it working with our button scaling and everything right now like this. Because now that that's so baked in, so the positions of the fonts is so baked into the button animation. I say so baked in, but it's just, it's really not that bad. I'm just lazy, you know. So hover text anim is, yeah, so we're resetting our position based upon this. And maybe what I could do, yeah, because here's the line to center us up. Measure the text and center us up, right? That's for the, or that's for the width. So that fires on every tick of the animation. So that's why we our nice little X here, so thoughtfully provided by Danny, zips to the 0, 0, zips back to the center of the button, the center of the circle. So I'm trying to think of now, I'd have to do something to override the on tick. Or maybe we could put this in like a, let's try this. Let's try this right now here. Text anim on tick. So we're going to create a, we're going to do this up here. Maybe right here. No, right here. Let's do it right here. We'll do this dot text anim on tick, and then that's going to do the same thing. Params dot text pose. So we're going to do one function if we do that, or we're going to do another function if not, right? So if we didn't pass text pose in through our params in the constructor, then we're going to use this on tick we have right now. So that would be this. So I'll just make it look a little nicer. I just kind of did these all short-handy before. So we still need to do this part. We have this, and we'd have to have this, but let's just try omitting these parts. Like, let's not adjust the X position, because actually that might be what we want. So we'll try this. Oop, oop, oop. There we go. And then we need to use this for this. There we go. So now let's see what happens. Oh, not bad, not bad. It's a little wobbly. It's a little wobbly because just that's the font, that's the text rendering with this. But, and it's moving a little, yeah, like it's moving slightly because it's not technically changing its position at all. It's just growing. Yeah, so it looks a little kind of funky there, but hang on a second here. All right, so yeah, this, I mean, I guess it's good enough for now. I'm trying to think about why. Well, okay, no, actually it's not good enough because I centered this at like pixel 20 or at position 2020. So this needs to be like, what? Oh, right, right. This is just hard coded. It's not scaling at all with the window size. Yeah, right. Okay. So we need to do, what are we doing for the font size right now? Did I do like a hard coded font size? Let's see. Okay. No, I didn't. Okay, so the font size scaling and everything is okay, is good. We like that. So we've got the text, we've got the text position. This is what we need to, well, we need to fix, because right now we're doing just a fixed radius and a fixed text position. So these need to both be dynamic. So let's look at, okay, let's look at what we're getting here. So I think that this is maybe just like a hair too big, maybe. So I don't quite like this size. Let's try, well, let's just figure out what this percentage is. So we got a radius of 100 for this bubble. So let's do 100 divided by the height, 754. So 100 over 754. 0.1326, so just say 0.133. So we'll do quit button. Let's see, menu. We'll have quit button R ratio. It's going to be 0.133. And then and then we'll be scaling this back a bit. So now, wait a minute. Oh, this is going to be a little annoying here. So, because we're manually specifying our position of our text now, 2020. And that, so we're offsetting this little X at 20 pixels by 20 pixels, right? Initially. Well, no, technically it stays the same there because we're not recalculating when the animation happens to expand the text. So that's kind of the problem right now. Because I need some way to like up this as we, or scale this. Well, no, actually, never mind. We're going to do, so we're going to take, yeah, we can just scale this off of this radius number here. Yes. So our radius let's do this. Oh, but all right, I'm confusing myself here. Let's go. Okay, we got config quit button R ratio. That's the new one, right? So this is the ratio of which the radius of that quit button should be relative to the height of the screen. Okay. So we're gonna go back to our menu and we're going to calculate what that value should be. So quit button R, I'm gonna call it. So that will be our config.menu.practice button quit button R ratio. There we go. Times, and then we need to multiply it by our canvas height. Oops, semicolon. So that would be our radius here, which is good. And so let's just see how that looks when we scale things around here. So if we shrink, these guys all shrink, this gets smaller. Now we're not scaling the position of the font. The font itself, let's full screen it here to get a better idea. The font itself is scaling, but not the position, right? We still have her at that 20 by 20 pixels that we have right here. So that's kind of the problem. Oh, I set this to 20 bubbles now. All right. So let's see. Yeah, this position then needs to be yeah, this is where I was saying we were kind of had the chicken or the egg scenario. Where we need to actually supply a text position, which maybe we should just do text pose 0, 0. And then we can do no, you know what? Never mind. We don't need to do it that way exactly. All right. So what we need to do is we need to find the initial position of our text, because when we make this really big, oh yeah, because I set it to 0, 0 now. With everything at 0, 0, you know, the x is now starting at 0, 0. So when you scale it up, still looks good, but you know, our font is scaling, but we're still at 0, 0, right? So this x needs to be it's kind of a weird way we need to center this, because we don't want to center it directly off of the width and the height, because this is like the side of a circle. Like if this was a rectangle or a square, you know, like if this was because this is a perfect circle, right? A radius, and then if this is a perfect circle, you know, we would take the width and height of our x And we take half of our width and our height of our box, and then set this position, you know, to half of that minus half of this box, whatever, just center us up right here, right? But we don't exactly want that because we're on this circle, right? So we don't want it centered right in the middle of if this were a box. It needs to be like centered off more like here, right? Whatever this would be. Maybe like a third of the way over or something like that. In fact, that might even be the thing. So I'm thinking we'll just handle this case really one-offedly right now. Oh. Sorry, that might have been loud. Bumping the mic stand. Okay. So yeah, let's try just doing some weird like 1/3 thing. Rather than trying to do, I mean, I could figure out, I guess, what this exact centering we'd want to have, but I don't really care that much about, you know, as long as I get it to look good. So what we need to do is take, actually, since this is oriented to 0, 0, we don't need to do anything with the width and height of our canvas. We have our text position. We have we need to take the width of our text. Well, let's take like 1/3 of the radius of this button, the quit button, right? So we have our quit button R. So it's going to be 1/3 of that, just for right now. Quit button R over 3. And then it will be plus 1/2 of the width of our text and 1/2 of the height of our text, right? So the height of our text oh, here we go again, chicken or the egg. Because I'm not going to be able to get the height of the text until we let this button constructor run. So I think we need to do, oops, that's not what I wanted to do. Let's just do that, and then let's just do text pose x0, y0, and then we will do quit button dot text dot pose. Yeah, and we can do it like this. Okay. All right, so and let me make sure that's going to work with our button. Because we do text pose, we set the position of our text and the animation. Yes, 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 yes. I think that's good. Okay. Okay. All right, I just got another idea for future reference, but we'll come back to that. All right, so we need to do, we're going to do, just to try it, a third of our quit button. I'll just throw that in a... We'll just do const quit button R over 3 is going to equal this. Oh. There you have. I don't know what's going on anymore. There we go. Okay. So obviously this is all wrong because we need to actually do the width of our text. Sorry, my stomach's just making noises here. That's what happens when you drink seltzer with only eating peanuts. Quit button R over 3 plus. So the Y is going to be the Y we can get now from our calculated text position. So if we do quit button dot text dot font dot size, that should be what we're looking for. Dot font dot set size val blah 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 text dot font dot size. Yes. Okay. That's the right thing to use. And we've got you know what? Why did I put that in a variable? Because I don't even know if this is the number we're going to keep. Anyway, so this one needs to be half of the width of the text. So we can do quit button. We can do quit button dot text dot get. What is that method called? Measure text. So that will return the width for us. Dot text dot measure text. So that will give us the width of the text, and then we divide that by 2. So we're going off half of that. Danny1347, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Thanks for hanging out too. And you supplied me this nice Unicode X. I appreciate it, which I think we're going to use for right now. All right, so that didn't work at all. One-third of the radius. Why didn't that work? Did I do... Oh, I did plus. It's supposed to be minus. All right, so that's not good either. It's too far to the side. So what about over... If we do half, this will be way too far out. Yeah, exactly. So we need to do like over 2.5. Beautiful. We're going to keep that. And that's probably some... Yeah, that's good enough. So we make the screen big. It's not exactly centered the way. Retro, welcome back. How was lunch? You're taking a late lunch, man. Binary Steve, 2.25 maybe. Binary Steve, you did the math, didn't you? You figured out what I was trying to do. Or are you just throwing a number out there? No, 2.25 is a little too far. It's a little too far down. Retro, I'm trying to do some, yeah, it's hard for me to get out of the office. Yeah, I gotcha. Welcome Binary Steve to the chat too. I did 2 before. That was bad. That was too far down. Oh, 2.75? Yeah, we'll try 2.75. I'm liking 2.5 though. Yeah, 2.75 is too far this way now. I bet you what the real number is like 2.5, 2.45 or something like that. That's like what it should be with the radius of the blah, 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 blah. But welcome to the chat, Binary Steve. Thanks for offering some suggestions here. Retro, I'm working on a little like quit button for when you're in game. So right now, I honestly don't like it. I'm kind of just like, whatever. I was just trying to center up some text off in like this bottom quadrant of our button. You're going to say it looks nice. Well, I mean, it looks okay, but I don't know. I just don't know if I like it. And I might end up going with something more like right now, like, I don't know. I mean, it's good enough for now. I think I'll keep it for now and I'll think about it, you know. It's one of those things I'll go come back tomorrow and then I'll realize how terrible it is. But yeah, I just wanted to have like a quit button for in-game to like click and quit. And right now it's not just showing in-game, it's showing out here now, so I need to work on that logic now. But I think what we have... Oh, yes, I have one more thing I wanted to do, because right now the X is moving, and the X shouldn't be moving in place. It should just be growing. Binary Steve, thanks for the follow, man. I appreciate it. I like that username, Binary Steve. Getting close to 50 followers there. Yeah, we are. We're getting close. Thanks everyone. Getting very close. Binary Steve, gotta support fellow devs. Well, thanks, man. Yes, so the thing I was saying right here is about this X is not, it's just moving, which maybe that's okay, but it should just grow in place. No, wait, maybe it should move. Actually, I think it should move, because if it just grew in place, then it would be off-centered again. Yeah, see, this is why I don't like this. This is why I don't like this. All right. I'm going to leave it. I'm going to leave this the way it is. Yeah, I'm going to leave it the way it is. But let's make this work now. Let's actually hook up the plumbing, the behind the scenes. Claims from scratch, but isn't even writing the game in binary. I know, right? That's actually what I was gonna say about Steve. Steve's like binary Steve, but I mean, seriously, there's like bit shift, bitwise operators in JavaScript, but when the heck do you use bitwise operators in JavaScript? Like when? Like, I guess you could do the, is this even the right, you know, I guess you could do some like shifts for multiply, but that's just, I mean, I have never used Bitwise except for challenges. Gotcha. And I did do a library. I'll post the link for this. It's one of my few things on my GitHub, which I need to and I've got some potential security vulnerabilities in this package from. I did do a little library in there. Retro, that worked. It worked this time. I did do a little library with Node.js that encodes wave files. Because why not? So there you actually do there you actually needed to do some, well, really bad stuff. Because you need to convert the bytes to like little endian byte order. So, yeah. Blah, blah, blah. I mean, that's cool stuff, but not when JavaScript doesn't actually do any, you don't even care about byte order. You don't even care about bytes. You don't care about anything with JavaScript. Let alone bits, you know? All right, so I don't even remember what I was doing here anymore. Oh, let me go. All right, so Binary Steve heading out. Good luck with the game. Thanks, man. Well, thanks for hanging out and hanging out in the chat and throwing a follow my way. I appreciate it. All right, what was I? Oh, we're going to work on actually hooking up this button now to do something and have it not show when we load this stuff up, whatever. So, to do that, we need to hide it right away. Well, actually, let's reference our in-game menu. Okay, we're actually going to run into another little issue here. So our application, so we've got our two events, marathon started, marathon ended, right? And I'm using the term marathon right now just to represent game because I have another game mode that I'm getting rid of, and I just use this marathon to kind of differentiate from that for right now. So I could keep the old code around and whatever. So we've got the two events, marathon started, marathon ended. So marathon started, we fire the event listener that cleans up any old stats screen if there's one available, and then creates a new marathon and gets it running, starts running and everything. All right, so starts a new game. So this event fires when you push a button. Yeah, we fire this event. Right now, we're firing the same marathon started event whether you push the play or practice buttons. So we're starting a new game, the same exact thing whether you hit play or practice, no difference. The interesting thing here now is that I have a stats screen, and I believe the stats screen, okay, so the application here, we've got the marathon ended event fires, so that's when the game ends. So then it fires up the stats screen. Yeah, I need to think about this a little harder, a little more hard. Marathon quitted. Marathon quit. I'm going to create a new event here. Well, a new listener for Marathon quit to differentiate between ending and quitting. And because in one, you're quitting, so there shouldn't be any stats. Or maybe there should be stats. But quit kind of implies like, I want to go back to the main menu kind of thing. Marathon ended is when the game actually is when you actually beat the level, right? Or you pop all the bubbles. So let's go back down to our 4 bubble here to test. So when we play, we pop 4 bubbles. That's it. We go. So that fired Marathon ended. So then the application fired up the stats screen and then passed in all the stuff to calculate the stats and whatever, which is great. But there's a little bit of, yeah, because I need to kind of think a little harder about how I want those to all line up. And I also should try to be a little more forward thinking about the competitive mode as well. And trying to factor that in so I don't have like all these like weird edge cases to handle everything. Match ended handler. So this is from the old game mode. I just want to look at what this match ended because args because blah blah blah. Yeah, so this is set up. This is set up so that like a match, if you had a competitive match with another player, if the other player quit, your game would quit as well. But I don't, yeah. So basically all of this stuff is kind of like the old code, the old game mode code, which some of it will need to be repurposed, but down here is all the new stuff. But I should probably do I need to actually like draw this down here. Okay, so let's, because we've got a couple different cases where why does this look so nasty? What does the pencil look like? All right. It's pixely, but it's good enough for now. All right. So we've got well, our application has, let's see. So our application is marathon started, and so I'll draw that over here. So we've got app, we've got marathon started, and we've got marathon ended. Oh, actually, let's draw. Okay, so marathon started. I'll draw marathon ended like down here more. And this should maybe say more like game, whatever. So application, I just shortened it to app for right now. So we've got the two events, marathon started, marathon ended. So we've got, for buttons, we have like the main menu, or you've got, you know, the menu. So we've got the play and practice. Play, practice, actually, let's make all of this like a little smaller because I'm going to fit all of it here. So we've got menu, we've got play, we've got practice, and we've got the in-game menu, which will be the quit button. And then we've got the stats screen. Object here, which has, what do we have? We've got retry. Retry, and we have quit. So play and practice right now, just go fire marathon started, right? So I can just do that to that, right? And even in the final game, it'll do something, or it'll at least fire. Well, okay, so in the, as of right now, this is how it'll work, but in the competitive mode, the play button will actually just talk to the, will fire an event to like wait for starting a match, and then then our WebSockets wrapper will go out to the server and say, okay, we're waiting for a match, right? So that's kind of how that works. Okay, the quit, this is specifically for in-game. So this should be main menu, configuration, and this should be in-game. But it's the same menu object that keeps track of all of these buttons, these 3 buttons. So then so the stats screen also fires this the marathon started event, right? So in-game, so the problem is marathon ended fires up stats screen, So we... So I think all three of these starting marathon started for right now is fine. The tricky part is when you quit, doing a marathon ended, calling marathon ended would throw the stats screen. But then from the stats screen, we can also quit to main menu. Okay. So the quit button here should take us back to main menu. This should be gone, obviously, during this stage. But the only differentiation we need to make, so this quit, the in-game quit button, which is just our X, that needs to end the game, but without doing marathon ended. It should do marathon quit. I think, because, which is what I kind of started to do here, marathon quit. Because that can fire, that can basically spit you back to the main menu. That can put you back to the main menu. And then you have the play practice buttons visible again. Just immediately jump you back to the main menu when you click quit. But then the game also needs to end. But we don't really care about stats at all or anything. So in marathon quit, we would basically just do this whole thing. Oh, my stomach's just going off here. All right. Okay. All right, I think I'm good with the pen for now, but I just need to kind of draw that out and just make sure that I was looking at everything. So the one tricky thing I need to do is like figure out how this quit button stat screen quit event. Maybe, and the other thing is, maybe we want, the other thing is, this is the one menu object that shows you're either showing the main menu, play and practice buttons, or you're showing the in-game menu, quit, right? Or you're not showing anything at all. If you're at the stats screen, then you shouldn't be showing anything at all. Which made me kind of think like I could have the retry quit buttons being part of the menu, but that'd be kind of annoying because the positions and everything for the stat screen, it's nice to just keep that all here. So if we call marathon quit, we basically do the same as marathon ended, we just skip the stats screen part. Or maybe better yet, we pass a Boolean, quit to main, and then we just skip the stats screen part. And we just do if not quit to main. We could do that too, just to avoid having like another, because I don't like having too many event handlers if we need to. Just passing a Boolean or whatever is, in just a little simple case like this where it doesn't happen very often, just doing this kind of thing is okay. If I'm having some event that might be firing a bajillion times per frame, then, you know, I prefer not to be parsing a bunch of things that could easily just be separated out. So maybe we could just do that. Quit, or I should say quit to main menu. I'll just make it a little more clear what I'm trying to do there. Quit to main menu. So we could just say quit to main menu is initially equal to, it's initially false. And then I can just say quit to main menu, or in-game menu. Can do marathon ended. Whoops, that's the old one. So our on click can do event emitter dot emit marathon ended, and then this would be quit to main true. Yeah. Yes. All right, so let's actually try that. We're not hiding. So if we play and we do this. Okay, we ended, and we didn't go. So that's working. We ended, we didn't do a stats screen, but we just didn't. We need to be like toggling our buttons and stuff on. So I guess to do that, maybe I could do it right in the button handlers just to keep the application out of it. Because here we're quitting to main menu. So maybe I can just do, from here we could just say, oh no, we can't do that. We can't do that. Yeah, we can't do it that way. We can't toggle these buttons on or off because at this point in time, this is a static create method, and we are instantiating our menu right now, right? So, oh, which reminds me, I need to pass that into the menu. And our menu, okay, we have quit button. We need to destruct quit button. This case should never really happen in the game of having to destruct the main menu, because that should just last forever as long as you're playing the game. Until you refresh the browser or whatever. Can I read property destruct of null? Oh, right. Okay, so we need to initially make our in-game menu button hidden. So I don't need this anymore. So our quit button, we'll do quit button dot hide. There we go. So we just start the game. We got play practice. There we go. Now, I guess we need to have like two methods on. I'm going to hide this create method here. We should have like two methods where we say, well, maybe we need four methods now. We're going to have show in-game, show main menu. Well, we'll just say show main, hide main. We'll have show in-game and hide in-game. It's kind of annoying that we need this many. It'd be nice if we could just like toggle. But there's a case where we could just have the toggle thing, like you either show the main menu or hide the main menu, but when you go to the stats screen, you don't want the main menu or the in-game menu showing. In which case we need to Well, okay, yeah, let's try this and see what happens here. Okay, so for show main menu, basically we're just doing this dot play button dot show, this dot practice button dot show, and for hide main, we're doing the hide methods on here. For show in game, we are doing this dot quit button dot show. For hide in game, we are doing this dot quit button dot hide. All right, so now we need to actually set these methods in application here. So we've got marathon started and we've got marathon ended. So when we actually create our marathon and set up our game, we need this dot menu dot show in game. Oh, we need to call show in game, and we need to do this dot menu dot hide main. And then at the end, well, we'll have an if. We'll extend this if here. So if we're showing the stats screen, then we will hide everything. Well, wait a minute here. Okay, so if we're going to the stats screen, then this dot menu dot hide in game. Else we would this dot menu dot show in game. Or show main menu. And then I don't know how I feel about this new having another event called like stats screen quit, but I don't know, it kind of makes sense. Listener, kind of makes sense to have this. So then when you quit from the stats screen, you need to go back to the main menu. So the menu, yeah. Okay. Cool. All right, so let's see how it works now. So everything broke. Cannot read property show of undefined menu JS 37 quit button dot show quit button dot hide. It would help if we quit buttoned this. Okay. All right. Equals quit button. Awesome. All right. We are looking pretty good. I'm going to just do a quick bathroom break here, and we'll be right back in a second. So don't go anywhere. All right, we're back. Okay. So we just set up our quit. We passed our quit button through here now. So instead of everything breaking here, we should be good. So we play. We get our in-game menu. We pop some bubbles. Let's hit this. Boom. Takes us back to in-game menu. But we need to hide that. So where? Okay, so that firing that event. Did I do the right? Okay. Wait a minute. Let's go here. Oh, this should be... yeah, marathon ended. True. Okay, so that is right. I just need to be hiding it. Okay. So we need marathon... marathon ended needs to be set to true. When we... okay, we don't... oh, we have stat screen quit now, which we need to test. Marathon ended. All right, what happened there? That I quit. Oh. Hide in game. Hide in game needs to go fire no matter what. Yeah. Yes. Let me move that up. That can be up, and then we do the menu stuff later. Oh, nope. Never mind. That's bad. That wouldn't work. Okay. Now, if we quit, there we go. We go back. All right, that's weird. Oh. Yeah, stuff's kind of frozen in time if you unhide it. So like that, if we click, then move, then it like goes back to whatever. So I need to do something to like reset the positions of these, like when you change. But at the same time, I need to think a little harder about how I want to do this, because I'd like to have some nice transitions too. Retro, I just got back. Are you talking about the hovering thing? Well, I have an issue. I'm working on like just the whole menu flow now, which I think I have working. I was just kind of testing it. So like now if you retry, well, that always worked, but if you quit, oh, I didn't do that yet, but the in-game menu button now works. It kicks you back home. But if you notice, there's like a little weird thing where like if you look at the quit button up in the top right, then I move the mouse, then it shrinks. So like when I'm hiding these buttons, when you go to the next, when you click, after you click them, they're getting stuck in their hover state. So it's getting updated once you, yep, that's what I was, oh, gotcha. Okay. Yeah, so I'm trying to think if I know how I could just solve that right now, but I'm trying to think, do I want to do that? Or, because I also would like to have maybe some cool transitions. Like when you hit the play button, it doesn't just, you know, like this just instantly, if you hit the play button and release, it just instantly snaps you to the level. It'd be cool if, you know, these like slid, maybe this main menu kind of like swiped away off screen, and then Like maybe the whole game here like swiped on screen. And I also want to have kind of like a little timer or something to give you like a little bit of a heads up before the game actually starts. But yeah, I would like to do all of that stuff. And I think that stuff's actually kind of, it's not super critical for right now. But at the same time, I'd still like to kind of have it even for like the rough release of the version. At least the timer thing, I think, is important. So let me, Danny, maybe reinit the buttons on main menu switch. Well, that's kind of what, well, I think my main fix to fix the hovering thing, like right now, would just be to well, basically kind of what you're saying. So in these show main, hide main, show in game, hide in game, right? That's the main menu is the play and practice buttons. The in game menu is the quit button, right? Maybe I should not even call that in game. It's like show quit button or something. But what I want to do in the hide ones, well, I guess it could optionally be in the show, but I think when you do the hide, I would like go in here and then do this dot quit button dot. Actually, I can just do this right now. Quit button dot drawable dot r equals this dot quit button dot initial r, initial radius. So I can just do this for each. I can just make them, this would just basically make them snap back to their radius. Like they would hide, as you hide them, they would just get set back to their radius. So as soon as they start drawing, when they get shown, they'll be back to that normal radius. So I can do the same thing for the play and practice hide method. Except this would be play button, this would be practice button, and this would be, I think I got these variables right here. So let's just go around here. We got play, quit. Nope. Why didn't that work? Is initial R not something? Okay, let's go to button. Nope, that is something. Params.size.r. Oh, maybe the animations are doing that. Yes, in fact, that's got to be what it is. Oh, that's interesting. didn't think about this. The animations would need to be reset and paused as well. Right? Yeah. This dot hover anim, hover text anim. Okay. Let's just try this dot hover anim dot reset. And we'll do this dot, well, hover anim dot pause. We'll do this dot hover text anim dot pause. Pause. Hover text anim dot reset. Okay. So if we reset these animations, and this is another thing I didn't think about, but these animations are also yeah, this is just getting a little like kind of nasty. Okay, so let's try this. We click play, click quit. It's still doing it. Oh. Let me fix this quit button quick in the stats screen. Event emitter dot emit. What do we call this? Stats screen quit. What are we on? Menu? Or wait a minute here. Application, stat screen quit. Okay, let's just see if this works now. So play, boom, 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 boom. Quit. It's not killing the stat screen. Okay. That's right. So we need to do this. And quit. Then we go back. Okay, nice. Danny, maybe oh, you already said that. Maybe finish the anim, then go to the game screen. Yes. Well, the problem is that this is the animation that's... This animation doesn't really end because the animation only ends if you go outside of the bubble, right? So like when you click the play button, there's no animation anymore. Like there's an animation to grow and then it gets reset and then you leave and then it shrinks, right? But when you click the play button, there's no animation that happens. But that's making me think. Yeah, I don't know, making me think of some stuff. Why pick a name? Yo, what up? What's going on? Why pick a name? Thanks for hanging out in the chat. Welcome. I do be hanging. Nice, nice. But Danny, you're on to something, because it would be nice to have some sort of animation when you click, the button, like something happen, and then like the game. So I am with you on that. Like there would be something like that. I just haven't figured out exactly how I want these buttons to behave. Why pick a name? You're gonna have to delay that scene for an animation then. Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying. Right, it's not that big a deal. I mean, because we're talking about like if I had some sort of like little transition animation or something when you click this. Well, I'm thinking, what I'm thinking of having is like you click play, and then the buttons actually just swipe off the screen. Like that would be their animation. And then like simultaneously, like the game stuff would swipe in, right? Like right now, this stuff just instantly appears, but it'd be cool to just have it like swipe down from the top or something. And I was saying this before, but not only swipe down from the top, but then like go into like a little countdown timer or something, like a really fast countdown timer to let you know time starts now when you start, then you can start playing kind of thing, right? Like I want to have some nice like actual just kind of swipe ins and outs and just kind of make it look cool, make it feel kind of nicer and everything, rather than just kind of like this instant snap. You hit retry, everything just snaps instantly. Yeah, and you're right. That would exactly solve this problem, because then when you quit, then stuff just swipes back in from the side kind of thing. So I'm trying to think about... But I also just realized there's another like slightly annoying problem that I have. Where when you hide the buttons, well, I added in the hide, unhide, the hide show stuff for the buttons, and those remove like the drawable elements and then the event listeners, so like everything just like stops. But the thing I didn't think about is the animations are technically still out there, and they are ticking every frame. So even when I did the hide, I just did pause reset on all the animations. Let's hang on a sec, guys. I'll be back in a second here. Quick little break. All right, I'm back. Okay, so oh. Oh, wait a minute. All right, now I'm not sure what I'm doing anymore here. Danny, see you, man. Happy coding. Hey, thanks for hanging out, Danny. Appreciate it. Catch you in the next one. All right. So we've got yeah, I'm a little confused here. Why? Well, no, actually, I'm not confused. We've got some weird button state things happening a little bit. But yeah, actually, let's do this. Let's implement a little system kind of like we have for the animations for our little navigation section here. So like where those slide up and then those bubbles slide up off screen. I'd like to implement just a little thing that kind of works the way those are. So oops. First meaningful paint. Anyway. Yeah, I think I'd like to just jump straight into animating these off screen. So they kind of just swipe off and then they're done. And then this one kind of swipes in. What does like a normal button kind of animation look like? Yeah, like there's like a little bit of a, like on this, there's a little bit of like a bump and like a little fade, or there's like a little ripple or something on the button, on these buttons. Yeah, just a little thing showing like, okay. Yeah. And this, I don't have any animation or anything other than the hovering, right? So when you click versus click and release right away, there's like no differentiation. So it would be cool to have maybe like a little bit of feedback or something. Oh, that looks kind of weird. I'll have to, oh. Yeah, so let's just have a maybe we cut. I don't know what I want for these. Retro, sorry if I've asked before. How are you managing tasks for this project? Do you have a Trello board or something? Nothing like public really. And kind of what I'm doing right now, I'm not even really doing anything too. I have a Trello, but I haven't really been updating it too much. Yeah, actually, I was just kind of thinking about that in the back of my mind a little bit because I'm trying to like think about what tasks I think are important right now versus not, versus just pushing the game out. Yeah. That might be something worth, Trello might be something worth cleaning up and then kind of adding. All right, so what I was just saying before, I don't know if you're listening, Retro, but I'm thinking potentially having like a little Trello board or something might be kind of nice to have, or a little link. So yeah, just having a public one available or something would be kind of nice. But I indicate what version control you're using, but I use GitHub boards and link my issues to the boards. Nice. Yeah, I'm actually using Bitbucket and Trello. Trello and Bitbucket or Trello was bought by Atlassian now or whatever. So, or I've been using Bitbucket for Git, for the repo. The annoying thing about GitHub is you can't have a private repo with public. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I think I'm going to start shutting things down pretty quick here. Been going for 6.5 hours. And I feel like I'm kind of point now where I want to kind of think a little bit. 'Cause tomorrow I'll be streaming tomorrow. 10 a.m.-ish. Central Daylight Time. Central Time. So yeah, I'm trying to think about exactly what I want to go with from here, because debating what's important, like having nice animation changes right now, or I mean, that stuff is important. Just need to kind of think a little bit about exactly what I want to do. Retro. Personally, I'd put anything purely visual, very low priority. Yeah. Yes. I mostly agree. And there are some other things that I would like to focus on. So I more or less kind of have the new menu system working. And that's pretty good. And I mean, it looks good enough, that sort of thing. I do have some gameplay things that I need to tweak, and I would like to start focusing on those again. One thing that I do think is kind of important is having like a little countdown timer when you start. So instead of the game just like boom, start it. You click the button and then it starts. Having like a very quick, like a very brief timer, kind of like a 3, 2, 1 countdown. Retro, the menu as it looks now looks better than plenty of arcade-style games that have gone viral in recent years. Well, thank you. My mouse just died. There we go. Yeah, and I definitely think yeah, I think definitely a lot of this stuff is good enough. Yeah, I mean, even for like long-term, whatever. Long-term playing and such. Or long-term support, whatever. I'm not thinking. I'm thinking about two different things here, so I'm not thinking about what I'm saying. Yeah, I think for tomorrow, I'd like to see about getting like the little countdown timer going in the beginning. Fixing this graphical issue because it's annoying and it's just unexpected. It just looks weird and feels weird. Like maybe it doesn't feel or maybe watching it doesn't look so weird, but it feels weird like when all of a sudden my mouse moves, this button like shrinks back to its position, right? No reason you can't go back and make patches. Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, my initial goal is to get more or less just kind of a rough version up, you know, that people can play. People can come while I'm working on it and they can just play and try it out and everything. But at the same time, I do want it to be kind of, I want UI stuff like this, I think is important even for that. At least just having like reasonable UI that looks like, I don't want like bad programmer art everywhere for something that people could try. At least for the way I'm kind of handling things right now with, you know. So yeah, I'd like to at least get our timer going for tomorrow. And then I'd like to maybe start working on maybe a more like checkpoint counter kind of thing. Well, we can fix, I'd like to fix this animation issue too. And then maybe try to get to something that lets us more clearly see when there's a new checkpoint, I think. So, yes. So something like that for tomorrow. But I think I'm going to cap things off for here for cap the stream off, shut her down, close it up, button it up. I just dripped water. Drooling now on stream. All right. Yeah, because my brain's a little shot. I got some stuff I got to think about a little bit. We should be able to come back tomorrow fresh and ready to go, like I was saying. Usually get to start 10 a.m. Central Time, Central Daylight Time currently. So, yeah, I think we got a lot of good stuff done today. Got our menu system working. Got, you know, the new buttons, new menu buttons. Got a quit button, menu button going. The states and everything work. And we've got, you know, our stats works well with our stats screen. You know, that goes away. quit works to go back to the main menu, all that stuff. So as far as just logic and everything, flow for all of that, that's all looking pretty good. So yeah, we've got some stuff to work on tomorrow, but I think I'm heading out for now. So everybody have a good one. Retro MMO, already have a nice evening. Thanks. I'll try to catch your stream tonight. I assume you're streaming tonight. Try to hop on for a little bit. Maybe I'll hop in the chat this time. But yeah, thanks everybody for watching. We'll see you guys in the next one. And go check out Retro's Retro MMO stream tonight. What, like 8 p.m. Eastern time? But for now, everybody, we'll see you in the next one. Adios. Thanks for tuning in.